A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. Scientific tests prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand of cigarettes. Scientific tests prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand of cigarettes. That fact is verified by an independent consulting laboratory with more than 15 years' experience in cigarette research. The report from the consulting laboratory stated, based on our analytical findings, it is our opinion that Lucky Strike cigarettes are the mildest of the 6 major brands tested. And no wonder Lucky Strike cigarettes have been proved milder. For years, Lucky Strike has conducted a unique and vast program in research, in quality controls, and manufacturing methods. And today, tomorrow, always, LSMFT, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco with smoothness and mildness, and never a rough puff. So light up a Lucky. Prove to yourself what scientific tests prove. Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand of cigarettes. Let your own taste and throat be the judge. For smoothness and mildness, there's never a rough puff in a Lucky Strike.
From Palm Springs, California, the Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, here we are in Palm Springs. And the star of our show is in this desert resort incognito. He put starch in his toupee so it would look like cactus. And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And Don, hasn't it been exciting here in Palm Springs these last few days? Especially yesterday when everybody was dressed up in their Western outfits and they had that big parade down the main street. I felt so proud sitting up on that horse.
Well, Jack, I saw you in the parade, and there's one thing that puzzles me.
What was that, Don?
That was a beautiful Palomino you were riding, but why were you sitting on him backwards?
Backwards? Oh, how do you like that? I lost my glasses, got on the horse, and nobody told me. Isn't that awful?
Well, that's ridiculous. Glasses or no glasses, anybody can tell when they're riding a horse backwards. Couldn't you see the horse's tail?
That was his tail? I thought he had long eyelashes. Now, let's change the subject. The censor is a nervous wreck. Say, Don, where are you?
Hello, everybody. Hi, Don.
Well, hello, Mary.
Hello, Mary.
Well, if it isn't hop along backwards.
Nobody told me. Anyway, Mary, I was in the parade, and that's all that matters.
But, Jack, even your costume didn't make sense.
What are you talking about? I thought it was very clever. It was a Western motif with a subtle touch of Palm Springs.
Only you would give it that subtle touch.
What?
Who else would wear a 10-gallon hat, spurs, and a sunsuit?
Mary, for your information, I borrowed that sunsuit from the queen of the desert circus. She was just my size.
But, Jack, you're a man. You shouldn't have worn the trunks. Why did you wear the top?
Read that right. But,
oh,
Jack,
I'm
you're
sorry.
We'll never get off the air tonight.
But, Jack,
Yeah?
You're a man.
Yeah?
You should have just worn the trunks. Why did you wear the top?
Why'd I wear the top? I had to have some place to keep my gun. Anyway, the parade is over, so let's drop the subject.
Okay.
Say, Mary, where are you living?
Oh, I'm at the Bon Air Village.
The Bon Air? That's a very nice place.
Where are you staying, Don?
Well, I'm over at Deepwell Ranch.
Deepwell? Don, why didn't you tell me? That's right next to the Palm Springs Biltmore.
Oh, are you living at the Biltmore?
Me? Well... No. You see, Don, I have a place at the far end of Palm Canyon Drive. It's called the La Cantada de Casa La Quinta de Castile Cañada.
That's a very unusual name. La Cantada de Casa La Quinta de Castilla Cañada.
Yeah.
What does it mean?
That's Spanish, but don't wash your dishes in the swimming pool.
Don't wash the dishes in the swimming pool. Some joke. That one you got right. Mary, look at why do you always...
Oh, Jack, don't get mad. Here, have a date.
You can keep your dates. That's all I've had since I got down here. Dates. That's all they sell here. No matter what kind of a store you go into, they sell dates.
You're not kidding. This morning I was walking down the street and saw a sign that said, Palm Springs Maternity Hospital and Date Shop.
Maternity Hospital and Date Shop?
Their slogan is cheaper by the dozen.
Well, it don't surprise me. The Chamber of Commerce is going to get you to take dates, even if they have to...
Okay, Jackson, stand aside. Here comes Harrison Nation's pride.
Phil.
Just a minute, Dad. Ladies and gentlemen, I do hope you'll excuse my appearance, but I've been swimming every day and my hair is a mess.
Phil, you don't have to apologize for anything, because here in Palm Springs, you're supposed to let yourself go. Have you been relaxing?
I've been relaxing. Jackson, last night at 11:30, I was limp as a rag.
I know, Phil, I know. When I passed the Chi-Chi, they were trying to close the place, but your head was in the door. Then when you came out, you put a nickel in the parking meter and asked me if I'd like to dance.
Oh, is that you in the sunsuit?
Yes. What are you laughing at?
I gave your phone number to Remley.
Oh, fine.
Say, Phil, there sure's been a lot of excitement around here the last few days, hasn't there?
You said it, Livo. You know, this circus week is a big thing in Palm Springs. I read that people come here from all over the world.
All over the world?
Sure, it was in this morning's paper. I got the clipping right here. It says that during circus week there are people here from France, India, and Asia.
France, India, and Asia? Let me see that clipping. Oh, that's Fresno, Indio, and Azusa. Phil, when are you going to learn to read?
All right, Jackson, all right, so I made a little mistake. At least I don't ride a horse backwards.
Oh, you don't, eh? Well, what would you do if you lost your glasses?
I'd drink it right out of the bottle.
And that goes for all of you. Now, I don't want any more silly talk here.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Dennis. Dennis, it's about time you got here. Where have you been?
Oh, I was out in the hall trying to make a phone call, and the funniest thing happened.
What was it?
I put a nickel in the phone, couldn't get my party, and a date came back.
What?
How they got a buffalo on one side of it, I'll never know.
They have ways, Dennis, believe me. Now, look, kid, we have a long show to do, so let's have your song.
Okay. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, did you see the parade yesterday?
Yes, I saw.
Oh, boy, what stunts and tricks.
I know. Let's have your song.
An old man was riding backwards.
Dennis, that man riding backwards was Mr. Benny.
Oh, sing, kid.
You better, brother.
Like a lovely June, beware my foolish heart, how
on an evening such as this, for they both give the very same sensation when you're lost in the magic of a kiss. Her lips are much too close to mine. Beware my foolish heart. But should our eager lips combine, then let the fire start. For this time it isn't fascination or a dream that will fade and fall apart. It's love, this time it's love, my foolish heart. But should our eager lips combine, then let the fire start. For this time it isn't fascination or a dream that will fade and fall apart. It's love, this time it's love, my foolish heart.
That was Dennis Day singing My Foolish Heart from a picture of the same name. And now...
That's a silly title for a picture.
What?
Of the same name.
That's not the title. And now...
Oh, Jack,
What is it, Mary?
I've been meaning to tell you I bought a copy of Quick Magazine this morning, and there's a story in it about you.
Quick Magazine? In this week's issue?
Yes, Mr. Benny, and your picture's on the cover.
My picture, too? Gee. How do I look, Dennis?
Why don't you spend a dime and find out?
I'm going to buy one, Dennis, but I can't leave in the middle of a broadcast.
Oh, isn't it over yet?
No! And that reminds me, we're still waiting for Bob Hope. He's our guest star. I wonder where he can be.
Oh, maybe he's playing golf.
I don't care what he's doing. He's supposed to be here. I'm going to send Rochester out to look for him. Oh, Rochester! Rochester!
You want me, Mr. Benny?
Yes, Rochester. Mr. Hope hasn't arrived yet. Will you go out and look for him?
I don't think I ought to leave now, boss.
Why not?
Well, I just finished making that lemonade like you told me to, and I'm waiting for the audience to come out.
Well, let that go for the time being, because...
Just a minute, Jack. Rochester, do you mean Mr. Benny is making you sell lemonade to the people after the show?
Yes, ma'am. I've got 50 gallons out there.
Well, that's a new one. Jack, how do you know they'll be thirsty?
Oh, Mr. Benny made sure of that when the people came in.
What'd he do?
He locked the door, shut the windows, started the show, and turned off the air conditioning.
Rochester.
And if that doesn't do it, on goes the heat.
Never mind that. Now, look, Rochester, Bob Hope hasn't shown up yet, and I'm worried about it. I want you to go out and see if you can find him.
Boss, that's a mighty big job. You know, Mr. Hope gets around awful fast.
Don't worry about that, Rochester. You can catch him.
I don't know. Mr. Paley couldn't catch him, and he's got better bait than I have.
All right. Go out and see if you can find him.
Okay, boss.
Say, Jack, I didn't know Bob was going to be with us today. How'd that happen?
Well, I told him I was going to be in Palm Springs. So, hey, maybe that's him now. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Just a minute. Come in, Dobbin. That's Mr. Benny there, see?
Wait a minute. What's this?
This is the horse you rode in the parade. He didn't get to see you, Dan.
He really has got long eyelashes, hasn't he? Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
You know, radio's amazing. Radio is really amazing. A horse knows enough to show up on time, but not Hope. Well, as long as he isn't here yet, Don, we might as well do the commercial. Where's the Sportsman Quartet?
Well, Jack, don't you remember? Back in Hollywood, you had a discussion with them about their expenses.
Oh, yes, they won't be here. Now, what are we going to do, Don?
Well, Jack, you're very fortunate. You've heard the Guadalajara Trio at the Dollhouse, haven't you?
The Guadalajara Trio? Yes.
Well, through an interpreter, they agreed to come over and sing on the program today.
Through an interpreter?
Yes, you see, the boys don't speak a word of English.
Oh, well, how are they going to do the commercial?
Well, I showed them a package of Lucky Strikes, which they smoke too, and they know exactly what I want.
Well, good. Are the boys here?
Yeah. Come on in, fellas. Fellas, this is Senor Jack Benny.
Merci beaucoup. Now, Don, what song have they prepared? Oh, excuse me a minute. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Oh, have you found Mr. Hope yet?
No, but I've got a line on him. When he left your rehearsal, he went to the golf course and played 2.5 holes of golf.
2.5 holes?
Yeah, a crowd gathered on the third fairway, and he did a personal appearance.
Oh, well, did Mr. Hope leave the golf course then?
Yeah, from there he went to the dunes for something to eat. Then he stopped at the income tax office, and then he went
Wait a minute, Roger. The income tax office is closed on Sunday.
For him, they keep it open.
Oh, yes. Well, keep looking, Rochester. You gotta find them.
Okay.
All right, Don, let's have the Guadalajara Trio. What number are they going to sing?
Quizá, quizá, quizá.
Good. Take it, boys. Dennis, you speak Spanish, don't you?
Oh, sí, senor.
Well, tell them to start their song.
Señores, comiencen la cantata, por favor.
Thank you.
Siempre que te pregunto que cuándo, cómo y dónde, tú siempre me respondes, quizá.
Don, I don't hear any commercial yet.
Y así pasan los días y yo desesperando y tú sos mocalaqui tanto y estás perdiendo el tiempo pensando y se me por mí sí.
Very good, fellas, very good.
Y así pasan los días.
I don't understand at all.
Y yo desesperando. Y tú sos mocalaqui. Tanto persistir. Y estás perdiendo el tiempo pensando. You'll never find a rapa, no rapa en la aquí. Y así pasan los días y yo desesperando y tú sos mocalaqui. Tanto persistir.
Quizá, sung by the Guadalajara Trio, and very good, boys. Dennis, tell them they were very good.
Muy bien, señores.
And thanks for appearing on our program, boys. It was really a pleasure listening to you.
Él nos dijo que viniéramos. Será bueno pide el dinero ahorita.
Él no paga nada, nunca tuvo intenciones.
Oh, no sean tontos. Si ustedes creen que nos van a pagar, están locos.
What did they say, Dennis?
One guy said they were going to be paid for singing here tonight, and the other two said he was crazy.
Look, I'll pay him. Tell him I'll see him tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow, fellas.
Tell him in Spanish. I can tell him in English. Anyway, boys, you were swell. Swell, really. I can't understand Bob Hope. The program is half over. Boys, I said you were swell. I'll see you tomorrow. Adios. Mañana. I told Bob 1,000 times we go on at 4 o'clock. The horse I only had to tell once. You'd think that... Hello?
Hello, boss. This is Rochester again.
How are you doing? You found Mr. Hope yet?
No, boss, and I've looked all over it. That's him, boss. That's Mr. Hope. He just went by.
Well, good. Maybe you could... What was that?
His car is trying to catch up with him.
Gee.
I think you're in luck, boss. He's headed your direction.
Well, I hope he can make it. Hi, Jack. I'm sorry I'm late. Well, Bob, I'm glad you finally...
Please, I'll take it. Thank you. How do you do? How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Palm Springs Cowboy Hope saying I've been out horseback riding on the desert where the colors turn every hue. In front, orange, pink, and gold, and in the rear, black and blue. This is Western Week, and I went on one of those sunrise breakfast rides this morning. You know what a breakfast ride is? That's where everybody gets up at dawn and picks a horse to sleep on. Now, Bob, please, no autographs. They gave me a nice horse today. It was so swayback, they call him Hudson. You have to step down onto him. We left 6 footprints as we went along. What a horse. When he got tired of running, he just pulled up his legs and rocked. John, Bob, closer to the mic.
Look, Bob, we have stuff here together.
I have no time for you. But the weather...
Bob, don't ad-lib. You're getting 5 cents a word.
Mary didn't. I'm a guest, please. I got more here, you know, but the weather is wonderful here. The afternoons are so warm you can get a bad case of sunburn just holding home enough fuel oil to get through the night. Strange lettering, Faye. Listening, and this sun makes you so lazy the rattlesnakes don't even rattle. They just reach over and turn on a Cougat record. Yes, they have a nice wind that comes up here every so often. Nice wind. I don't even know why Sinatra bought a house here. He spends most of his time walking back from Indio. This is my program. For the tailor, please. Frankie has to be careful of the sun. The other day he got a freckle on his chest and 3 ribs caved in. And they're so proud of the healthy climate down here. If someone dies, they don't bury him. They just prop him up in the Chi-Chi bar and people think he's waiting for his 3rd zombie. Bob. Oh, are you still here?
Of course I'm here. This is my program.
Really? Which one are you, Lum or Abner?
Now, just a minute. Look, Bob, I've been waiting.
Oh, hello, Don.
Hello, Bob. It's good to see you again.
Say, good to see you, too. Say, Don, I saw you in the parade yesterday.
Me in the parade?
Yeah, wasn't someone riding you backwards?
Bob, that was a Palomino. I was riding him backwards.
Palomino?
Yeah, that's a horse of another color.
Hey, how was that, Bob? Fine, Lum. How do you do, ladies?
Now, wait a minute. Why don't you...
Hello, Bob.
Hello, Mary.
Say, I heard you did wonderful business at the Paramount Theater in New York.
Yeah, it was great, Mary. And after that, I made personal appearances in Syracuse, Cincinnati, Owensboro, Kentucky, St. Louis, Kansas City, and Denver.
Really?
And I'm also scheduled to appear in Minneapolis, New York, Boston, and Salt Lake City.
Well, gee, Bob, when do you expect to be home?
I'm booked there Christmas week.
Look, Bob.
Oh, you something to say, cover boy? Cover boy? Yeah, I saw your picture on Quack.
Bob, that's Quick, not Quack.
You look like Donald Duck.
Oh, thank you, Abner. Now, as long as you're here...
Can I play golf with you and your friends again tomorrow?
Yeah, kid. You can play with us anytime you want to.
Dennis, you play golf?
Uh-huh. And Mr. Hope says I'm playing better all the time. Yesterday he let me carry 2 bags.
But, Dennis, you're not carrying...
Jack, he's happy. Let him alone.
Okay, say, Bob, how about you and I having a game of golf tomorrow?
Oh, fine, Jack. The usual wager?
Yeah, that makes a nice, interesting bet.
What do you usually play for?
A right or a hole.
Now, I'll tell you what, Bob, I'll get George Burns and Al Jolson. We'll have a foursome.
Well, look, can't you get someone else instead of Jolson? He and I don't play golf together anymore.
Why, what happened?
Well, look, Jack, would you play golf with a man who whistles when you tee off, kicks the ball to improve his lie, and cheats on the score?
No, I certainly wouldn't.
Well, neither will Jolson.
You see, when you stick to the script, it isn't bad either. Well, in that case, Bob, I don't blame you. Now, who's that? Hello? What? Portland, Oregon, calling Bob Hope? Bob, it's for you.
Holy smoke, no wonder they're calling. Look what time it is.
Huh?
Well, it's 4:27. I have to be in Portland by 4:45.
4:45? Well, Bob, that's ridiculous. You can't make it.
Oh, yes, I can. Come in.
Mr. Hope?
Yes?
Your flying saucer is ready.
I'll be right there. So long, Mary.
But, Bob!
So long, Lum.
How do you like that? Not only is he late getting here, but when he does show up, he doesn't stay long
Que
enough.
nos pague para irnos. Te dije que no nos iba a pagar nada. ¿Qué se puede esperar de un hombre como Jack Benny?
Now, wait a minute, fellas. Wait a minute. I told you I'd take care of you tomorrow. Mañana. Please, fellas, mañana.
Lam says mañana.
Oh, quiet! Come on, Mary. Let's rush over to the maternity hospital. I want to get some dates.
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
Scientific tests prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand of cigarettes. Scientific tests prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand of cigarettes. That fact is verified by an independent consulting laboratory with more than 15 years' experience in cigarette research. The report from the consulting laboratory stated,
based on our analytical findings, it is our opinion that Lucky Strike cigarettes are the mildest of the 6 major brands tested.
LSMFT. LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. That's why with every Lucky, you get the rich taste of fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Yes, smoothness and mildness with never a rough puff.
Just listen to the words of Mr. Dan Curran. For 26 years, an independent tobacco warehouseman from Oxford, North Carolina. Recently, he said,
as far back as I can recollect, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine tobacco that sure is shooting to smoke fine. I've been a Lucky Strike smoker myself for 20 years.
So, smoke a Lucky. Prove to yourself what scientific tests prove. Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand of cigarette.
let your own taste and throat be the judge. For smoothness and mildness, there's never a rough puff in a Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Bob Hope for this brief encounter. He will soon be seen in his new Paramount picture called Fancy Pants from the sunsuit of the same name. You can open the door now, Rochester.
Lemonade, get your ice cold lemonade here. 20 cents a glass. Ice cold lemonade.
Rochester, stop that horse from drinking out of the bowl. Come on, Mary.
Que nos pague para irnos.
Boys, I told you mañana. Here, have a glass of lemonade.
Ladies and gentlemen, hundreds of thousands of boys live in crowded neighborhoods and unattractive homes in our cities and towns. Their free time is spent on the streets. These boys need a chance to overcome their handicap, and Boys Clubs provide them with such an opportunity. So please support your local Boys Club. Remember, an investment in boys is an investment in America's future. Thank you. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The
the Jack Benny program, presented by Lucky Strike. Scientific tests prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand of cigarettes. Scientific tests prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand of cigarettes. That fact is verified by an independent consulting laboratory with more than 15 years' experience in cigarette research. The report from the consulting laboratory stated, based on our analytical findings, it is our opinion that Lucky Strike cigarettes are the mildest of the 6 major brands tested. And no wonder Lucky Strike cigarettes have been proved milder. For years, Lucky Strike has conducted a unique and vast program in research, in quality controls and manufacturing methods. And today, tomorrow, always, LSMFT, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco with smoothness and mildness and never a rough puff. So light up a Lucky. Prove to yourself what scientific tests prove. Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand of cigarettes. Let your own taste and throat be the judge. For smoothness and mildness, there's never a rough puff in a Lucky Strike.
California, the Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny, with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Yes, here we are, spending our second week in Palm Springs. So let's go out and visit the place where Jack Benny is staying. The Cantata de Casa La Quinta de Castil Cañada. At the moment, our little star is drinking in the rays of the morning sun, while Rochester is rubbing him with oil.
Now, what a wonderful day for a sunbath, eh, Rochester?
It sure is. Turn over, boss. I want to get some oil on your back.
Okay. Be careful you don't get any on my trunks. Ah, this is the light. Oh, Rochester.
What is it, boss?
Nothing. Rochester.
Yes?
Oh, never mind.
Come on, boss. What is it?
I'm really built, ain't I?
If you say so, sir.
Well, I guess I'm greased up enough. I think I'll just lie out here on the sun deck.
Boss.
You know, it isn't every place where you can step out of your room and get right up on the sun deck.
Boss.
Yes?
This thing you're lying on is a ping pong table.
It isn't a sun deck?
No, why do you think they have that net across the middle?
I thought the other side was for women. I've been peeking through the holes for nothing, eh? Oh, look, Rochester, here comes Miss Livingston.
Oh, yes. Hello, Miss Livingston.
Hello, Rochester. Hi, Jack.
Hello, Mary. I'm glad you dropped over.
So this is the Cantata de Casa La Quinta de Castilla Cañada.
Mary, you don't have to say it like that. This is a very nice place. You know, I'm paying $3 a day for my room.
$3?
Well, Mary, I felt the same way, but then this is the height of the season. Anyway, it's worth it. You know, this place overlooks the beautiful Palm Springs Biltmore.
Well, Jack, you're very smart.
Thank you.
That's better than paying Biltmore prices and overlook the dump you're living in.
What do you mean dump? Come on in. I'll show you my room. Come on in, Mary.
Jack, I can't see a thing. It's so dark in here.
Well, they finally fixed that hole in the roof. Rochester, get a match and light the lamp.
Yes, sir.
That's better. You see, Mary, this room is nice and large.
Wait a minute. What's this lawnmower, wheelbarrow, rake, and garden hose doing in the corner?
Well, you see, Mary, the rate on this room is really $4, but they don't have a tool shed. And they said they would make an adjustment if I let them keep their garden tools in here.
Well, at least they keep you well supplied with towels.
This is the laundry room, too.
Rochester, nobody asked you. Come in.
Oh, pardon me. I didn't know you had company. I just want to get the lawnmower.
Oh, it's right there in the corner, Ed.
Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3.
Rochester, what are you doing?
I count my toes every time he leaves.
Well, I don't blame you. Jack, of all the places in Palm Springs, you had to get stuck
Mary,
with...
forget it. I didn't get stuck with anything. This is a very nice...
Hey, Benny, there's a telephone call for you.
Okay. Excuse me, Mary. I'll be back in a minute. The phone is just down the hall. Dum 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 dum. In the Nickelodeon, all I want is loving you and money, money, money. Dum dum dum. Oh, here's the phone. Hello?
Is this Jack Benny?
Yes.
One moment, please. We have a person-to-person call from Los Angeles. Go ahead.
Hiya, Jackson. Phil, I thought you were in Palm Springs. What are you doing in Los Angeles?
Well, I was in Palm Springs, but I had to hurry back home when I found out I forgot something.
Oh, what'd you forget?
Alice.
Alice. Phil, how in the world could you forget her?
Well, the day we were supposed to drive down to the Springs, I was a little careless. I wasn't watching.
What do you mean?
Well, I was sitting in the car after she put the luggage in.
Yeah?
And I thought she got in, too.
Well, tell me, Phil, when did you first realize you'd forgotten Alice?
Well, as soon as I got to Palm Springs, I went to the Racket Club, had dinner, and when the waiter handed me the check, I knew she was missing.
Oh.
And Jackson, let me tell you something. When I got home, she was furious.
What did she do?
She was so mad at me, she put Rudy Valley's picture back on the piano.
Well, I don't blame her.
The one with the megaphone yet.
Well, look, Phil, I hope you'll be back in time for rehearsal. You see, we're having Al Jolson on the program this week, and your orchestra will have to accompany him.
Oh, sure, we got it. What do you think Jolie will sing?
Whatever he sings, Phil, I don't want the accompaniment to sound like That's What I Like About the South.
All right, now, wait a minute, Jackson. Why don't you stop picking on my tune?
Because I'm sick of it, and I'm not the only one. Every time you and your boys sing it, Frankie Remley just sits there with his mouth shut.
Look, Dad, if you left the South under the same conditions Remley did, you wouldn't sing about it either.
You mean?
Yep, Frankie had more feathers on him than the wild goose.
No kidding.
Well, Jackson, I can't make you laugh any longer. Alice has got the car packed again. From now on out, you sweat it out, huh? Yeah. Alice has got the car all packed again, so we're going back.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Phil. So long. That Phil is an amazing guy. 14 years ago, no one ever heard of him. Then he wrote one song, That's What I Like About the South, and overnight he made millions of enemies. Mary, Mary, where are you?
Right here in front of you.
Oh, yes. When you come in out of the light here, it's hard to see. That was Phil on the phone.
Phil, what'd he want?
I don't know. I forgot to ask him.
Say, Jack, it's so nice out. Why don't we go for a swim in the pool?
In the pool?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mary, but the Cantata di Casa La Quinta di Castil Cañada doesn't have a swimming pool.
No swimming pool?
No, but they have something just as good. See, when the temperature reaches 102, a bellboy comes around with a water pistol and lets you have it. It's very refreshing, especially when they use ice cold. Come in. Oh, it's you, Ed.
Yeah, I hate to keep disturbing you while you got company, but I finished mowing the lawn. Now I came in to get a sack of fertilizer.
A sack of fertilizer? Where?
You're sitting on it.
What?
Thanks, lady. You won't have to stand long. I'll bring it back soon.
Jack, I'm not going to ask you how you can live in this room, but let's go outside.
Okay. You know, Mary, I wish we did.
Oh, Jack, here comes the bellboy.
Where?
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
It's 102.
You see, Mary, it's very refreshing.
I wouldn't know. I ducked.
Would you like a towel, Mr. Benny?
Yes, thank you.
Hey, Jack, isn't it Dan hacking his way through the sagebrush?
Dan?
There.
Yeah, where?
In the lobby.
Oh, yeah, Don, we're out here.
Oh, hello, Jack. Hello, Mary.
Hiya, Don.
Jack, this is the craziest place I've ever seen. As I came in the lobby, some screwball was trying to shoot the goldfish.
Goldfish? No, Don, he was just filling his gun. I'll explain it to you later. Well, I see you've got the Sportsman Quartet with you. Hello, fellas.
And, Jack, I want you to meet a young lady who's appearing here in Palm Springs at the Dunes, Miss Connie Barlow.
Yes, I know her. Hello, Connie.
Hello, Jack.
Connie, Mary and I heard you singing at the Dunes Cafe the other night, and we thought you were wonderful.
Yes, Connie, but during your number, we had a difficult time hearing with all the dishes rattling. Oh, were you near the kitchen? We were in the kitchen. Jack forgot his wallet. Well, that could happen. A lot of people leave their wallets in their rooms. Jack left his in Waukegan.
Waukegan. You're just mad because you washed more dishes than I did.
Well, say, Jack, the reason I asked Miss Barlow to come over was because I thought it would be nice if she did a number with the quartet.
Well, good. What number have they got prepared?
Well, last week, Frank Lesser's song, Baby It's Cold Outside, won the Academy Award, and we thought it would be a nice touch if they'd sing it while we're here in Palm Springs.
Baby, it's cold outside? Well, Don, how can you sing it's cold outside when we're in Palm Springs? The weather's so beautiful. I mean, the sun shines all day. It doesn't make sense.
Well, Jack, we thought of that, so we changed the lyrics to fit the location.
Oh, well, good, Connie. I'd love to hear it.
I really can't
but
stay.
Baby, it's hot outside.
I've gotta go away.
Baby, it's hot outside.
This evening has been
that you
so very nice.
We'll have some lemonade with
my mother will start to worry.
Beautiful, what's your
And Father will be pacing the floor.
It's too hot outside of that
So
door.
really I'd better scurry.
Beautiful, please don't
Well, maybe
hurry.
just a cigarette
Smoke the
more.
lucky, that's what they're for.
I've gotta go
The
home.
sign of a lucky strike.
Say, lend me a
The cigarette you will like.
They really are
It's always your
grand,
favorite
but
friend.
don't you see?
Just one more LSMS.
But darling, I must be going.
Look at the smoke ring.
At least I'm gonna say that I
You
tried.
can smoke the lucky with
I
pride.
really can't
Oh, baby, you'll
stay.
roast out. It's warm as toast outside.
I simply must go.
Baby, a lucky strike.
I hate to, you
The
know.
time that you always like.
I'll leave with
wonderful
regret,
singer.
and that's a fact.
So round, so firm, so fully packed.
Darling, if you get
That's why
lonesome,
we will always
remember all those luckies by your
What's the sense of
side.
hurting our
You know what I like.
Let's smoke a lucky Very good, Don. That was really very good. And Connie, you did an excellent job in changing the lyrics. I mean, it does get warm out here.
It sure does. Right now, I'll bet it's 95 in the shade.
95? I'll bet it's 100.
You're both wrong.
What?
It's 102. Here's your towel, Mr. Benny.
Thank you.
Would you like another shot?
No. No, not right now. Maybe later.
Ooh, here comes another guest. Yo, it's 102.
Oh, for heaven's sake, bellboy, that isn't a guess. That was Dennis Day. Dennis, speak to me.
Wait till I get this goldfish out of my mouth.
Here, Dennis, here's my towel.
Thanks.
Say, I haven't seen you all week, kid. What have you been doing?
Oh, a lot of things. At 5 o'clock this morning, all the people at my hotel got on horses and we rode way out in the desert for a breakfast ride.
A breakfast ride? Oh, that must have been a lot of fun.
Some fun. All I had to eat was cactus.
Cactus?
I got lost.
Imagine eating cactus.
It tastes awful, but you don't need any toothpicks.
I never thought of that.
Oh, Jack, here come the fellows who were on your program last week, the Guadalajara Trio.
I wonder what they want here.
Que nos pague para irnos.
No nos vamos a casa hasta que nos paguen.
Dennis, you understand. And what do they say?
Well, he says they want to be paid for last week.
I don't know a word of Spanish, and I could have told you that.
Mary, please.
Hemos esperado toda la semana y necesitamos dinero para mantener las familias y los chilpayates.
Look, fellas, mañana. I told you I'd pay you mañana. Now, why don't you go home?
Es todo lo que hemos oído toda la semana. Queremos nuestro dinero y no nos vamos hasta que no lo dé.
Now, stop raising all this fuss. I told you I'd pay you pronto. Pronto.
Jack, pronto means now.
Oh. Fellas, mañana. Mañana. Now, go home and adios.
Ese señor Benny apesta.
Wait till the laugh is over. Wait a minute. What did you say?
Ese señor Benny apesta.
Sí, como un zorrillo.
Eso no es nada, como zorrillo y marrano.
What did they say, Dennis?
They said they'd like to get their hands on the guy who said this was the land of opportunity.
Now, fellas, look, will you go away and leave me alone? I'll take care of you mañana. I've heard enough.
Jackson, you ain't heard nothing yet.
Well, Al Jones...
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Al.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Asa.
Say, Al, I know you're going to be on my program, but what brings you over here today?
Well, Jack, I thought we ought to get some things settled first.
Oh, you mean about the songs you're going to sing?
No, about the money you're going to pay.
Huh?
You heard me, Jack. Money.
Mañana.
Fellas, be quiet. Adios. Let's find out what that means. Now, look, Al, don't you think it's a little undignified? Look, you haven't even been on my program yet, and here you are asking me for money.
Jack, look,
What?
I don't mean this program. I mean the time I appeared on your show 2 years ago, you remember?
2 years ago?
That's the longest mañana I've ever seen.
All right. Now, Al, as long as you're going to be on my program Sunday, tell me what numbers you're going to sing so that I'll be able to...
Wait a minute, will you?
What?
And that's the reason I came over here. I'm willing to be on your show, but I'm not going to sing.
Why not?
Well, I've taken enough ridicule. Especially from the guy on your show, that fellow Mel Blanc.
What do you mean, Al?
Look, Jack, I don't mind people doing jokes about my age or my picture, the Larry Parks. I don't mind people imitating me. But this fellow Mel Blanc keeps inferring that when I'm singing a song, I keep going, yeah.
But, Al, let's face it, you do, don't you?
Well, for me, Johnson, that's singing.
But, Al, I saw your picture. Jolson sings again, and when you sang, you went, at least 20 times.
Did you see the picture after dinner?
Yes.
I had indigestion.
Oh, well, that could happen to anybody. Anyway, Al, I'm sure you know what you're talking about, so I apologize for anything Mel Blanc did. It won't happen again.
Good.
Now, if you'll just step into my room, we'll discuss the songs you're going to do on the program.
Okay, Jack. Holy smoke, what a room. It looks like a cave.
Well, Al...
Well, I can understand a man wanting to rough it. What do you do when the bear comes home?
What?
It has twin beds.
Oh, stop. Now, Al, look at Al. What do you think you'll do for your first song?
Well, Jack, I've got a brand new number that I really think you're going to like it. It's called Remember Mother's Day.
Remember Mother's Day? But, Al, Mother's Day isn't until next month. This is April. Why don't you sing April Showers?
April Showers? How does it go?
How does it go?
Yeah, how does it go?
Oh, and April. Oh, don't be funny. How does it go?
Jack, look, even though Mother's Day isn't the next month, I just made a recording of it, and really I'd like to sing it. After all, I am a mammy singer.
Okay, Al, if you're that sentimental, go ahead.
There are many Sundays in the year, but the best one comes in May. And though it's true, there are 52, there's none like Mother's Day. Send her a bunch of roses, Mom loves roses, make it an extra large bouquet. Send her a bunch of roses, red, red roses. Remember Mother's Day. Why don't you write a letter, or still better, hop on a train without delay? Maybe a few caresses best expresses love on Mother's Day. And if you're too far away to be there on that day, call her up, she'll be home. When she answers the ring, you'll be proud as a king with a queen on the phone. Follow it up with roses, Mom loves roses, then to make everything okay, send her a million kisses, sweet kisses. Remember Mother's Day.
Al, that was delightful. Really, really great.
Oh, it was wonderful, Al. Thrilling. Wasn't it, Dennis?
That's singing.
Dennis. Don't listen to him, Al. It was swell.
Oh, thanks, Jack, thanks. And I hope you noticed that not once in the whole song did I go, yeah.
I know, Al, and again I apologize. Al, did you bring the musical arrangements for the songs you're going to do on the show?
Yes, I did, Jack, but I only brought enough for 16 encores.
16 encores?
Yeah, we may have a cold audience.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it. I'm sure that I'll get it.
Hey, Mr. Benny.
Yes?
It's 102.
Oh.
We're out of water.
What?
Would you like a towel or a cookie?
Neither, and get out of here. Now, Al, getting back to my program, what are you going to do for your second number?
Well, how about one of my old ones? You know, like, well, let me see. Oh, yeah. Toot, 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 say goodbye.
He couldn't even remember.
Yesterday I heard a lover sigh. Goodbye, oh me, oh my. 7 times he got aboard his train. And 7 times he heard back to kiss it love again and tell her, toot-toot-tootsie, goodbye. Toot-toot-tootsie, don't cry. The choo-choo train that takes me away from you. No one can tell how sad it makes me. Kiss me to the end, then do it over again. Watch for the mail, I'll never fail. If you don't get a letter, then you'll know I'm in jail. Don't cry, Tootie, don't cry. Goodbye, Tootsie, goodbye. You don't get a letter. You don't know it. You don't want to get him. Yeah. But he's getting it again. Goodbye. Yeah. Goodbye, Curtis. Goodbye.
I did what? All through the number. You kept going. Come in.
Jack, it's a bear.
A bear?
How do you like that? I thought I made up a joke.
Turn down the other bear.
Ladies and gentlemen, carelessness is the greatest single cause of forest fires. Fires that destroy approximately 30 million acres of timberland yearly. And most of these fires started because someone was careless with a lighted match, a campfire, a burning cigarette. Be on guard constantly against fire. Be careful, be cautious, prevent fires. Thank you. Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
Scientific tests prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand of cigarettes. Scientific tests prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand of cigarettes. That fact is verified by an independent consulting laboratory with more than 15 years' experience in cigarette research. The report from the consulting laboratory stated, based on our analytical findings, it is our opinion that Lucky Strike cigarettes are the mildest of the 6 major brands tested. LS-MFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. That's why with every Lucky, you get the rich taste of fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Yes, smoothness and mildness with never a rough puff. Just listen to the words of Mr. Edward M. Rogers, for 10 years an independent tobacco auctioneer from Reidsville, North Carolina. Recently, he said,
I know fine tobacco, and year after year, at auction after auction, I've seen American buy good, ripe, smooth leaf, the kind of tobacco that's hard to beat for smoking quality. I smoke Luckies myself. Been a Lucky fan 12 years.
So, smoke a Lucky. Prove to yourself what scientific tests prove. Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand of cigarettes. Let your own taste and throat be the judge. For smoothness and mildness, there's never a rough puff in a Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Al Jolson for dropping by today. And next Sunday, we'll be broadcasting from Hollywood.
Say, Mr. Benny.
What is it, Dennis?
The cactus I had for breakfast this morning wasn't very nourishing. I'm hungry. Have you got anything to eat?
Something to eat?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Here, kid, have a banana.
No, pronto.
I said banana, not mañana. Now go home.
Be sure to hear Dennis Day and the day in the life of Dennis Day. Stay tuned for the Amos Sandy Show, which follows immediately. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
All Family Druggist brings you the Bill Harris Alice Faye Show. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Bill Harris. Today is the Harris family's last day in Palm Springs. They want to take advantage of it, so Phil has insisted that they get up at 5 a.m. As we look in, they're returning to the hotel after a 2-hour horseback ride.
Gee, Mommy, we've had a wonderful morning. So far, we've played tennis and gone swimming and bicycle riding. What's the next thing planned for us?
Well, I don't know. Let's go back to the room, wake Daddy up, and ask him.
Why doesn't Daddy ever get up in the morning?
Oh, he can't on account of his health. He said he has peculiar pigmentation of the skin, and the gamma rays of the morning sun affect his epidermis.
What does that mean?
It's French for beat it, get lost, and let me sleep.
Mommy, why doesn't Daddy ever get up in the morning?
Oh, for a very good reason, children. He says he's like a delicate flower, and the morning sun wilts him.
Why, I thought the sun was good for flowers.
Oh, not your father. He claims he's a jasmine and only blooms at night. I wonder if he's awake yet.
Isn't that Daddy sitting over there by the pool with Uncle Willie?
So it is. Look, girls, you go in and get dressed, and I'll be there in a few minutes. I want to talk to Daddy. I wonder what they're watching so intently. Uh-oh. It's that girl on the diving board in the French bathing suit. I'll sneak up behind them and see just how interested they are.
Philip, isn't she a honey? Get that red hair, that beautiful face, and that voluptuous figure.
Yes, William. But what about her character? Can she carry on an intelligent conversation? Can she cook and sew and keep house?
Who cares with a figure like that?
Wait a minute, are we reading each other's lines?
You're right about that girl, Philip. We men shouldn't be taken in by what appears on the surface. She looks nice from here, but what about her background?
Well, wait till she turns around, we'll find out. You know, Willie, those two-piece bathing suits are really fascinating. So alluring.
Phil!
And that's why they disgust me.
I'll bet you just can't stand the sight of it.
Honey, you're so right. I've been sitting here mortified.
How long have you been sitting here?
Oh, I've been mortified about 3 hours.
I think that girl looks disgraceful posing there with her bare midriff. Every man in the place is looking.
Yeah. What a spot for a Burma shave ass.
Well, come on, fellas, let's go in for breakfast. Oh, by the way, where's Frankie?
Now, last time I saw him, a man was selling him a uranium mine for $50.
Now, that sounds like something stupid enough for Frankie to fall
Wait
for.
a minute. Remley ain't stupid. He's got more sense than to fall for anything.
Hiya, Curly.
Hiya, Franklin. I'm glad you showed up. I hear you bought a uranium mine for $50.
Oh, Curly, you don't think I fell for that, do you? I'm not gullible. I have too much sense. Besides, I was busy doing something much more important.
What are you doing?
Watching the flying saucers.
I told you. Lean over here and breathe out, Clyde. You were watching what?
Flying saucers. Don't tell me you're one of the few remaining people who hasn't seen one.
Remley, how many fingers have I got up? Look closely. Now, you were seeing things again.
I am not. I can prove it. I saw a whole squadron of them. In fact, I turned to the guy I was spending the afternoon with and said, "Did you see what I saw?"
And what did the bartender reply?
and with no bartender.
Oh, Frankie, a lot of people think they've seen flying saucers, but I don't believe it.
I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't seen those two guys from Mars who were driving it.
Oh, I got to take the strings off his guitar. His music's driving him nuts. Remley, let me get this straight. You saw a flying saucer with two men in it, and right away you knew that they were men from Mars.
Oh, no, not right away. Came out in the course of the conversation.
You talked to the men from Mars?
Well, naturally. I'm no snob. I'll talk to anybody who's nice.
All right.
Do you expect anybody to believe that wild story?
Newspapers believed it. I called them last night and gave them the whole story. It's in every newspaper throughout the country today.
Oh, no, Remley. How can you pull a hoax like that? When that article appears with your name in it, you'll be the laughing stock of the nation. Everybody's going to laugh at you.
Nobody's going to laugh at me.
What makes you so sure?
When I called the papers, I gave them your name.
Frankie, why did you have to give my name?
You can use the publicity. Look at these headlines. Alice Faye's husband sees flying saucers and talks to men from Mars.
Alice Faye's husband?
Yeah, I got you a little publicity, too. Oh, you should have seen that sight. I was driving along the desert, and I saw those flying saucers come shooting from out of nowhere.
Driven by men from Mars?
No.
No?
That part I made up to make the other part sound believable. No, Curly, this is a sight I'll never forget. Those large cylindrical objects flashing through the sky at a terrific speed. And suddenly one plummeted to earth and landed in a burst on the desert. The door opened, and those little men started swarming over the...
Hold it, Orson. You saw this saucer land in the desert.
Yeah, and I can prove it. I would have gone out to examine it yesterday, but it was getting dark. I'm going out now. If you'll come with me, I'll show you where it is.
I ain't going.
You better. I told the newspaper men to be here at 2 o'clock to get all the facts. You should be able to describe your flying saucer.
Oh, Remley. The things you get me into, I don't... Oh, all right, I'll go. But you better produce a flying saucer.
Yeah, I will. Alice, you want to come with us?
No. I don't want him to think I'm a kibitzer.
Who?
The two men from Mars. I'll only be in the way when you four start playing canasta.
All right.
Now, don't be facetious, Alice, or I shall not permit you to sing Wilhelmina from that new picture.
What new picture?
The one you're in, Wabash Avenue.
You try to stop her and I'll break your arm. Sing, lover.
Wilhelmina, she's the cutest little girl in Copenhagen. Wilhelmina, she has all the fellas crazy in the noggin in Copenhagen. And the roses on her cheeks, and the music when she speaks, and how sweet her kisses taste. Sugar Danish like her mama's Danish pastry. Wilhelmina, baby, soon she will elope in Copenhagen. In Copenhagen. Wilhelmina, she'll share everything, including his toboggan. In Copenhagen, all the other girls, they know. But Wilhelmina, she says nice. All the boys call Wilhelmina Willie, but he calls Wilhelmina mine. Like her mama's Danish pastry. Wilhelmina, Wilhelmina. Maybe soon she'll elope in Copenhagen. did I ever let you fellas talk me into looking for a flying saucer? It doesn't exist. We've been tramping over this desert for 5 hours now, and I'm hot and tired and thirsty.
So am I. I'd give anything for a drink. How about you, Curly?
Water.
Water. This is no time to wash.
I want water to drink.
Drink? You're in worse shape than I am. I'm just thirsty. You're delirious.
Oh, Remley, you and your flying saucers, getting it in the paper that I saw. If I don't produce one, they're going to laugh me out of town.
I tell you, I saw one crash out here in the desert. It's around here someplace. Curly, look over there. That pile of twisted metal. It's my flying saucer.
Remley, you're right. You see, Alice, and you thought he was having hallucinations.
Come on, Curly. Help me dig this wreck out of the sand.
Yeah, I'll help you. Maybe we can find some clue of where it's from, huh?
Say, fellas, I found the disc here. There's a lot of mud on it, but there seems to be something written underneath the mud.
Well, scrape it off, honey. Scrape it off. Maybe it'll tell what planet it's from.
Well, hurry up, Alice. Is it from Jupiter or Saturn?
No, it starts with an M.
M? It's either Mars or Mercury. Quick, Alice, what does it say?
Maxwell. The old hubcap.
Maxwell. An old hubcap. So this is where Jackson buried his car. Wait till the insurance company finds out about this. They ain't gonna like it.
Why?
Jackson told them Rommel captured it in Africa. Frankie, this ain't a flying saucer. It's just an old automobile wreck.
Who has to know that? Let's take it into town. They'll never know the difference. After all, it fooled you and me.
Yeah. But how many people are you going to find as stupid as us?
True. But look, Curly, you're in a spot with the newspapermen. You got to take it back to town and try to palm it off as a flying saucer.
All right. We'll try to palm it off. We'll take it back. Oh, Frankie, why do you do these things to me? You're trying to shorten my life. Why do you do it the hard way? Why don't you just stab me in the back, poison my beer? Tell Petrillo I'm working under scales.
Oh, you fellas get the craziest schemes. What goes on in your head?
Never mind. We got what it takes up here.
Yes. Between the two of you, you have a lovely bunch of coconuts.
I ain't gonna sing that song.
I ain't either.
Well, as long as nobody's gonna sing it, let's pick up these parts and get back to town.
Yeah. Well, we got the pieces all spread out on the ground. This stuff looks like it came from Mars, all right.
Yeah. Does that, huh? Oh, man, if we can put this one over, we'll be the first ones to produce a flying saucer.
Yeah. Providing Alice doesn't give us away. By the way, where is she?
Yeah, she said something about going to find a psychiatrist.
What's wrong with her?
Well, she's been having headaches lately.
I noticed she's been acting kind of strange.
Yeah. Well, be that as it may. Come on, let's look over this once more before the newspaper men get here.
That's not necessary. This is perfect.
Now, wait a minute, Rumley. I don't know. This looks too much like an automobile wreck. They're not going to be fooled by this.
Of course, maybe not just by this. But they'll have to believe you when you produce the clincher.
What clincher?
A man from Mars.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about him. Well, here we go again. Look, Frankie, We don't have a man from Mars.
Yes, I know that. But all we have to do is find one and leave that to me.
Oh, you know a guy, huh?
Of course not. I don't know anybody from Mars.
How about that girl you were out with last night? She ain't from here.
Don't be a wise guy. Now, I can find somebody. All we need is some short, weird-looking character with an oversized head.
Hiya, fellas, here I am.
Frankie, someday this kid ain't going to come in on cue, and then where will we be?
He never fails. He looks the part, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he's small enough and certainly weird-looking enough. But his head ain't big enough.
No, it isn't. Well, I'll take care of that. Hold still, Julius. Open your mouth.
Get that bicycle pump out of my kisser!
What are you afraid of, Julius? All we want to do is to pump your head up a little.
Any special signs? Or shall we let it go till it bursts?
Well, wait a minute. Remley, how big do we have to make his head?
I think 30 pounds ought to do it.
No, we better make it 24. He's got a low-pressure skull.
Why don't you just make it 40 pounds? I think I got a slow leak in my head.
What makes you think so?
I gotta have to keep calm out here on it. Fellas, I don't want you to think I'm a point killer, but I ain't gonna let nobody blow my head up.
Julius, now look, I know it may sound ridiculous, but we have a perfectly logical reason for wanting to do it.
What's your reason?
We need a man from Mars. What's the matter?
I almost choked on that one. How fatty can two grown men get?
Julius, this may appear a little far-fetched, but Mr. Harris is in a spot, and we've got to help him. There was an article in this morning's paper saying that he saw a flying saucer and a man from Mars.
That's right. Now, do you see why I need your help?
Yeah, you tied one on and you want me to loosen the knot.
Look, kid, if you'll do this thing for us, we'll give you $20.
Oh, it's a deal.
Hey, now, Remley, you better wait a minute because we ain't never going to get away with this. Nobody's going to believe that he's from another world.
They might when I get finished with him. I'll take him up to the room, put some weird clothes on him, a lot of grotesque makeup. I'll make him look like a lovely bunch of coconuts.
I still ain't going to sing that song.
You want another lead in?
No, thanks. I'll creep into this one myself. Bill Jackson was a poor old duck who joined the Darktown Poker Club and cursed the day he told him he would join. That money used to go like it had wings. If he held queen, someone had kings, and each night he would contribute all that coin. He said, I'm going to play him tight tonight. There'll be no bobtail flushes make me bite. He said, when I get the net to my hands, there'll be a feed. Played him tight, lost his pile, and Bill got peevish after a while, so he rose, looked all around, and made this speech. Said, you all see this brand new razor? I had it sharpened just today. Now, I'm coming in with my rules, and I want you to follow when you play, boy. Keep your hands up on the table while you dealing, please. Don't be slipping them aces down there in between your knees. Don't be making them funny signs like you're trying to tip off your hand just talking American, boys, so's I can understand. And don't be getting them off the bottom because, ooh, that's rough. Take five, then stop. That's enough. Now, when you bet put up the chips, I don't like it when you shy. Then when you get busted, go get some. I'm going to be here by and by. Pass them cards and let me shuffle every time before you deal. Anything goes wrong, I want to see. I mean, you ain't going to play this game now, according to that Mr. Hoyley. You going to play this game according to me. they chanced to be a one-eyed man, and Bill kept on watching him out of the corner of his eye. Old one-eye would deal, and then would cost that Bill another 5 or 10. Bill got up again and looked all around him with a sigh. Said, Lord, it's an awful shame. Said, someone's cheating this here game. Said, coach, it ain't no do for me to name the guy. So I'll refrain from mentioning the party's name. If I catch him cheating just once again, I'm going to take this fist and close that other eye. Now, do you see this brand new razor I had it sharp just today? I'm walking in with my rules that you must follow when you play egghead. Keep your bony hands up there while you give them out, please. Don't be slipping them wildies down in there between your knees. And don't be making them funny signs. You're still trying to tip off your hand. You better talk an American, boy. Big A, so's I can understand. And stop getting them off the bottom. I keep trying to tell you it's rough. This is the Army game. 5-5, halt. That's enough. Now, when you bet, put up the reds and blues. I don't like it when you shy. Then if you run out of gas, go get pumped up. I'll be here by and by. Pass them pasteboards, let me ripple every time before you deal. Let me irrigate around with them. I want to see. But you ain't going to play the game now according to that Mr. Harley. You going to play this game according to me. Now, Henry, if you'll break the seal on that new deck of bicycles, we'll go on from there. Yeah.
I got Julius all dressed and made up. Here he is.
Oh, no.
How do I look?
Like a street in Tijuana after a heavy rain. Remley, what's that horrible-looking outfit he's wearing? Even a man from Mars couldn't wear a messy thing like that. Where'd you get that?
One of your sport jackets cut down. Now, look, Julius, remember you're from Mars, so you can't talk a word of English. When the newspaper men get here, just talk gibberish.
Do you want the southern or the provincial gibberish?
Look, Frankie, we better give it up. This kid ain't going to fool anybody, and besides...
Oh, there you are, Mr. Harris. Uh-oh, that's one of the newspaper men. Now, I'll have to go through with this. Don't forget, kid, gibberish. Well, Mr. Harris, you made the headlines all over the country with your story about the flying saucer and the man from Mars.
Yes, I know.
Now, personally, I don't believe it. We all know there's no such thing as... I'll be darned. You have a man from Mars. He's the most frightening-looking creature I've ever seen.
That's Frankie Remley. The man from Mars is the short, frightening creature over there.
Thanks, load. So this is what they look like. I see it, but I don't believe it. Do you mind if I interview him?
Well, Mr. Well, you see, he doesn't talk English. But I've been with him constantly since I found him, and I picked up a little of his native tongue. And I'll gladly interview him for you. What do you want to know?
Ask him where he's from.
Okay. Mugwump. Hoogle Moggle, Liggle Hooger. Willy Waddle with a Woody Wally. We don't always understand each other. Mugwump, the man wants to know where your home is. Holler maga oola lama, where's the place to use a frama?
Sugar mugga sugar psyche, I got from Albuquerque.
What did he say?
Oh, you see, I taught him a few simple words in English, and he's trying to be funny.
One thing I can't stand, it's a wise guy from Mars.
All right. Now, mister, is there anything else you'd like me to ask him?
I have just one more question. How did he get here from Mars? What route did he take?
Oh, the route. That's a good point. I'll ask him. Mugwump. Sigamaga Alahuda Floozy. Repeat.
Aha! Hamadula Mark! Kansas City!
You see, he was on a goodwill tour.
Mugwump Chamber of Commerce. All right, fellas, you can break it up now. Wait till I expose this whole thing as a hoax. The townspeople aren't going to like it.
The whole thing ain't a hoax. I did see a lot of flying saucers yesterday. 2 miles due north of town.
2 miles due north.
Yeah.
I got news for you, blow-top. They have a skeet shoot out there. Those were clay discs you saw.
Clay discs?
Curly, how could you make such a stupid mistake? Tell them the newspapers you saw flying.
Family, I'll swear I'll kill you. A million times I'll kill you. We're a little late due to this wonderful audience in Palm Springs, so good night, everybody.
Herewith, Mr. Jack Benny in a highly unusual fantasy about an angel who was sent down from higher places to destroy the earth. A story which contains more than first meets the ear. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bentley finally got here, and tonight we present him with Mr. Claude Rains in, of all things, The Horn Blows at Midnight. This is the Ford Theater.
Welcome to a full hour of the finest dramatic entertainment with celebrated stars of Broadway and Hollywood. Presented by the Ford Motor Company, builder of Ford cars, Ford trucks and farm tractors, Lincoln and Mercury cars, including the new 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan, America's most distinctive fine car, unrivaled for superb performance and luxurious appointments. Now, to introduce this evening's program, here is the director of the Ford Theater, Fletcher Markle.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, all disputes, all threats, pleadings, persuasions, and all kidding aside, we're proud and pleased to welcome to the Ford Theater one of the great comedians of the world, Mr. Jack Benny. And co-starring with Mr. Benny in the long-heralded Horn Blows at Midnight, we're very happy to have with us one of the most accomplished actors of Broadway and Hollywood, Mr. Claude Rains. This is the second program, by the way, in our Festival of Smiles, which concludes next week with Mr. Bing Crosby. The theme of the Warner Brothers picture on which tonight's broadcast is based caused much comment when it was released some seasons ago. Being a fantasy having to do with the destruction of the earth, the picture clearly raised a controversial issue. And we of the Ford Theater firmly believe that while a radio version of The Horn Blows at Midnight will not end any arguments, it will at least add zest to them. So come with us beyond the Earth's atmosphere, uncounted light years through space, to a place very high above us, the office of the Chief of the Small Planets, an important executive in the system of the universe. You'll be hearing Claude Rains as the Chief, with Mr. Benny as a minor angel named Nathaniel. And, of course, any similarity between these characters and any characters living is quite impossible. Mr. Benny, Mr. Rains and company, please to begin.
Horatio, I tell you, something has to be done about it. Here it is, 1949, and that dreadful little planet is worse off than it ever was. What's the name of it again?
Number 33974. It is called Earth.
Oh, yes, nasty little globe. It's always given me trouble, but now it's absolutely out of hand. 2 world wars, persecution, hatred everywhere. Greed, intolerance, bloodshed. I'm just about fed up.
What are you going to do, Chief?
I'm going to destroy it, Horatio. I'm going to wipe it off the face of the... I'm going to destroy it.
Without any warning?
Well, the front office has warned them often enough. Quakes, floods, droughts, plagues, everything. But they pay no attention. Those Earth people aren't satisfied with making a mess of their own planet. Why, they're even working on rockets to get to the moon.
What do they want up there, Chief?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe they're overloaded with Ritz crackers, and they believe that stuff about the moon being made of green cheese. I'll buzz for Elizabeth, my secretary. I'm going to settle this once and for all.
Did you ring, Chief?
Yes, come in, Elizabeth. I want you to take down some notes. I'm destroying one of the smaller planets, and I want you to send copies to the recording angels.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
It won't make a hit with the recording department. They're swamped with work.
Oh, it's always something. What's their complaint?
Same old thing. Shortage of angel power. I'm drawing up a new personnel questionnaire.
Another one? More red tape. I never saw such incompetence, such inefficiency. You know, this place needs a few big businessmen to run things up here. We need them, and they better start letting them in. That's all I've got to say.
What planet are you destroying, Chief?
33974. It's called Earth.
Earth? Well, that was created rather hurriedly, as I remember.
Yes, it was a 6-day job. Practically slapped together. Well, I'm going to slap it apart.
How are you going to do it, Chief?
Well, usually our demolition expert descends, blows his horn, and poof.
Just poof?
Well, for some of the larger jobs, it's poof, poof. But this happens to be a one-poof planet. Anyway, our demolition expert is busy on another assignment, and I'll have to find someone else. Elizabeth, who would you suggest?
What about Nathaniel?
Nathaniel? That nincompoop? That blundering nitwit?
He's not a nincompoop, and he's not a nitwit either. And you shouldn't call him those names, Chief. Remember, he's an angel.
Some angel. I don't see how he ever got his wings. Elizabeth, what do you see in him anyway?
Well, he's sweet and kind and understanding, and he plays the trumpet beautifully.
That's right. He does play, doesn't he?
He's been 455th trumpet in the Ethereal Philharmonic Orchestra for over 300 years.
And he certainly ought to be able to blow the horn. Go fetch him, Elizabeth.
I will, Chief, immediately. He's rehearsing with the orchestra now.
Nathaniel, please. Once again, gentlemen, and all together this time. Nathaniel, step up here, please.
Yes, Mr. Beethoven.
What is it, sir? For 120 years I've been conducting this orchestra. And for 120 years you've been playing the wrong notes. Why? Tell me why.
Well, it's a hard number and it takes practice. I'm sure I'll get it if you'll just be patient a little while longer.
A little while longer?
Yeah, besides, what's the rush? We're not going anywhere.
What has that got to do with it? We've got 10,000 men in this orchestra, 9,999 musicians, and you.
Huh?
Why did you have to take up the trumpet? With lips like yours, you should be a glass blower.
A glass blower? Yeah, I tried that when I was on Earth. But one day, instead of blowing, I inhaled. Then I had to walk around with a sign on my back marked fragile.
Look, Nathaniel, I don't care what happened to you on Earth. I only care what happens to me up here. Now go back to your place, and please don't be flat.
But, Mr. Beethoven, the music says B flat, doesn't it?
That doesn't mean you should B flat. That means play B flat.
Oh, I wish I'd have known that 100 years ago. Could have saved so much trouble. All right, Mr. Beethoven, I promise you.
Nathaniel?
Huh? Oh, hello, Elizabeth.
I have wonderful news for you. The chief wants to see you.
The chief? Is there something wrong? What do I do now?
Oh, Nathaniel, don't be silly. You couldn't do anything wrong.
Oh, no? You don't think so? Stay around and listen to him play the trumpet. It's better he should have the mute in his mouth.
I don't use a mute. I use a derby. Gee, Elizabeth, I'm so excited. Imagine the chief wanting to see me. How do I look?
Fine, fine.
I'm so nervous. Is my halo on straight?
Oh, it's perfect. Now, come on. Don't keep him waiting.
All right. Will you excuse me, Mr. Beethoven?
With pleasure. All right, gentlemen. Now we can play.
Elizabeth, it's been so long since I've seen the chief. I don't know how to act.
Just be yourself, and don't let him frighten you. If he seems gruff, it's only because he's terribly busy, like all the other deputy chiefs. He has billions of small planets to look after.
I know. What a job that must be, keeping them in their own orbits. Well, we're almost there, and I'm so nervous.
Hello, Elizabeth! Hello, Daniel! Hello, Paul!
Yeah, it's a beautiful horse Mr. Revere rides. I wonder why he still carries those two lanterns.
Nathaniel, you can ask him later. We haven't got time now. The chief is waiting.
Horatio, you may not realize it, but getting rid of the Earth will be a big help in balancing the budget. Think of all the rain and snow we'll save.
Yes, that is a native.
And don't forget the thunder and lightning that little planet uses up. Why, we'll cut our electric bills in half. And, by the way, Horatio, remind me to talk to Halley about his comet. There's no point to its traveling around the Earth anymore.
Yes, Chief. Oh, here comes Elizabeth with Nathaniel.
Yeah, about time. Let him in.
Here's Nathaniel, Chief.
Yeah, I know. He hasn't changed a bit. Oh, well. Nathaniel, how long have you been up here?
300 years, Chief. I'm from New Amsterdam, you know.
What's your rank?
Angel, junior grade, 3rd phalanx, 15th cohort.
Still junior grade, eh? I don't know why I sent for you.
Was it possibly about changing my rank, sir?
No, I see no reason for demoting you.
Thank you, Chief.
I've been going over your record, and it's not too bad. It says here, deportment B, application B, virtue A, mentality. Well, this job doesn't require a genius anyway. You'll do.
Do what, sir? Do what?
Destroy planet number 33974.
33974? Why, that's Earth, my home planet. What will all those people do without it? Where will they live?
Well, some of them will come up here, and some of them will go to the other place. We have no time for sentiment.
But, Chief, why are you destroying the Earth?
Why? Simply because there's been nothing but trouble there. Now that the Second World War is over, it's in a bigger mess than it ever was. No peace, no harmony, no cooperation. If they want to end civilization, I'll end it for them. Elizabeth?
Yes, Chief?
See to the Nathaniel wears his proper clothes for a visit to the Earth. You can attend to all that.
Yes, I will, Chief.
Gee, it'll be nice wearing buckled shoes and long stockings again. I still have good-looking legs, you know.
Nathaniel, men's styles have changed on Earth since you were there 300 years ago.
They have? Women's, too?
Oh, yes, many times. But now they have the new look, and they're right back to where they used to be.
Oh. Well, don't men wear long stockings anymore?
Oh, no. But don't worry, Nathaniel. Your knees will be covered. You'll wear long trousers.
Why can't I just wear my toga? I'm so used to it now.
Because, my dear Nathaniel, we don't want you to be conspicuous. You've got an important job to do.
Oh. Well, Chief, how do I go about destroying the Earth?
Horatio, hammer that horn.
Yes, Chief. Here you are, sir.
Now, Nathaniel, you simply blow 4 notes of the Judgment Day Overture on this horn, and that will be the end of the Earth.
Gee, it's the most beautiful trumpet I've ever seen.
It is not a trumpet.
Oh.
It's a very special kind of horn. Now listen carefully to these instructions. You'll proceed to New Amsterdam.
It's called New York now, Chief.
Oh, New York, then. Mercurius will arrange for your transportation. You will then check into the Waldorf-Biltmore Hotel, and a few minutes before midnight, you will go to the roof.
Yes, sir.
Now, this is very important, Nathaniel. The horn must be blown at midnight sharp.
Yes, sir.
Remember, that means precisely 12. 11:59 won't do. 12:01 won't do. It must be 12 on the dot. Got that?
Yes, sir. I'll see that the horn blows at midnight. Leave it to me.
All right, now get going. If you do a good job, when you come back, you may find yourself an Angel senior grade.
Me, an Angel senior grade? That means a raise in my base pay. God.
But if you botch the job, you'll be back scrubbing clouds for the next 500 years.
Yeah, I hope not. My knees are still wet. But don't worry, Chief. I won't botch it. I'll make good.
That's the spirit. Now, are you ready to,
The interplanetary phone, Chief.
Department of Small Planets. Chief speaking.
This is the salvage department. Any instructions, Chief?
Yes. Stand by to pick up a load of scrap at midnight. That'll be all, Nathaniel. Are you sure you remember everything?
Don't worry, Chief. I won't forget a thing. Goodbye.
Wait a minute. Come back here. You forgot the horn.
Oh, that's because I'm so excited. Well, goodbye, Chief.
Goodbye. Elizabeth, you stay with him until he leaves. See that he gets away in time.
Yes, Chief. Come along, Nathaniel. I'll walk you to the edge. I'm going to miss you, Nathaniel.
You are, Elizabeth?
Yes.
Well, I'll only be gone.
Hello, Nathaniel.
Oh, hello, Noah.
You going away?
Yes, but I'll be home tomorrow.
Well, when you get back, drop in. I'm having a little gathering in the Ark.
In the Ark? Oh, good, good. Who's coming over?
Oh, just a few couples.
Oh, well, thanks. Thanks very much. I'll see you later. Da-da-da-ding, da-da-da-ding. What are we talking about, Elizabeth?
I said that I was going to miss you.
Oh, well, I'll only be gone one night, and then I'll come back, and we can spend the next 100 years together. Just talking about my trip. Gee, these earth clothes are funny. What do you call this again?
That's a vest.
And is this a doublet?
No, that's a coat.
Oh. Well, what is this label? I wouldn't want to wear someone else's clothes. Who are Hart, Scheffner, and Mark?
Don't worry, Nathaniel. And by the way, I'd better give you some money. Here.
What are these? Guilders?
No, these are dollar bills.
Oh. Well, I wouldn't know about that. Gee, they feel nice and crispy.
And these are $5 bills.
Oh, I like these better. They feel even nicer and crispier. Look at the pictures on them. George is on one, and Abe is on the other.
Yes. Yes, you'll need them, Nathaniel. And now you'd better go.
I'm on my way, Elizabeth.
Nathaniel! Nathaniel!
Well, that's the chief.
Gosh, I hope he isn't calling me back.
Nathaniel, I'm glad I caught you before you left. There's one very important thing I forgot to tell you.
What is it, Chief?
Before you blow that horn, be sure to check with Petrillo. I don't want any trouble with him.
Oh, I will, Chief. I will. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Nathaniel.
Goodbye.
Watch that first step. It's a pip.
I will. I will. See you tomorrow.
You're listening to the Ford Theater, which tonight is bringing you Jack Benny, starring in The Horn Blows at Midnight with Claude Rains. A brief pause now before Act Two, and some timely hints on car values from Frank Martin.
There's an exciting time in store for many of you in the coming week that can make a world of difference in the pride and enjoyment you get out of motoring. That's the time which your Lincoln dealer invites you to spend behind the wheel of a new 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan, America's most distinctive fine car. And in just a few miles, you'll discover why the Lincoln Cosmopolitan has no rival. You'll see at first glance that here is an automobile truly distinctive, exclusive in its styling, with lines and looks that lift it apart from every other car on the road. You'll recognize as you sink back into the soft foam rubber cushion seats that no other car offers a more luxurious interior, more elegant interior refinements. You'll feel rich custom upholstery. You'll discover unhampered visibility through the huge one-piece windshield of curved safety glass that is almost 5 feet wide. You will whisk the windows up and down at the mere touch of a button. And as you drive this outstanding 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan, you'll discover performance that you have never before known in a fine car. For the great new Lincoln B-Type 8 engine is unsurpassed for dependability, economy, and efficiency. It's so powerfully smooth, so thrillingly quiet, so effortless in its range of acceleration. You can't believe it until you drive the new Lincoln Cosmopolitan. In all the world, there is no other fine car so beautifully new, so thoroughly owner-proven, so superbly engineered as this new 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan. Yet it costs very, very little more to own than an ordinary car. Take just a few minutes in the coming week, or even better tomorrow, to accept your Lincoln dealer's invitation to meet this superb 1949 automobile, the new Lincoln Cosmopolitan. You know you're driving America's most distinctive fine car, and so does the rest of the world when you drive the new 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan. Now again, Fletcher Markle.
And here's the second act of The Horn Blows at Midnight, starring Jack Benny as Nathaniel with Claude Rains as the chief of the small planet. Now, Nathaniel, having arrived in New York City, is strolling down Broadway with the horn tucked under his arm. Since it was 300 years ago that he last saw this famous street, it's small wonder that he marvels at the changes.
So this is New York. I wonder why they changed the name. Look at that sign over there. Baseball today. Boston Red Sox and New York Yankees. Well, I guess it does sound better than New Amsterdam Yankees. Gosh, this place certainly is built up. I wish Peter Stuyvesant could see it. How they laughed when we bought Manhattan Island for $24. I bet we could double our money now. My, what big buildings. I never saw so many horseless carriages. Look at those yellow ones. See, they go around the corner on two wheels. I wonder if they could...
Get back on the curb, you jerk! You wanted to kill?
No, thank you, not again. The records would be all mixed up.
Hey, mister, you better wait for the light to change before you cross the street.
Light? Light to change?
Sure. You must be a stranger. Ain't you never been in New York before?
Oh, yes. I come from New York. But I've been away for a long time.
Say, that's a good-looking trumpet you got there. Yeah. How about giving us a little bebop?
Bebop?
Yeah. It's that bebop-a-rebop.
Bebop? Is that music?
Is it? It's out of this world.
Well, that's where I've been, and I've never heard of it. Bebop-a-rebop. Huh?
What band are you with?
Beethoven's Ethereal Melodians. It's a very fine orchestra. 10,000 pieces.
10,000? Gee, they must sound louder than Spike Jones.
Spike who?
Jones. Didn't you ever hear him play All I Want for Christmas Is My Two Front Teeth?
No, but it sounds like a very interesting selection. I'll suggest it to Mr. Beethoven.
Beethoven, huh?
Yes, I play 455th trumpet. I've been playing it for nearly 300 years.
Hey, Johnny, this guy must be a little utzmade, like a fruitcake. What's your name, Methuselah?
No, but I know him very well. In fact, I went to his birthday party last month, and he had the biggest cake. Took us 2 weeks to blow out the candles.
Hey, Jerry, let's get out of here before the wagon backs up.
Yeah. Well, so long, Grandpa. Give my regards to Beethoven.
I will. Look at them run away. They were nice youngsters, though. You know, people aren't so bad down here. My, the streets are certainly crowded here in New York. Look at all those men and women going into that theater. Hamlet by William Shakespeare. Good old Bill. Wait till I tell him about this. He'd be so happy to know he's finally got a hit. Gee, look at all the saloons on this street. I wonder what kind of a drink television is. I don't remember it. What's that big bird doing up there in the sky? So noisy, too. Spelling out something. I.J. Fox. Must be a store up there. No, that would be impossible.
There he is, officer. That's him.
Oh, yes. Well, I'll handle him, kid. Hey, you there. You with the horn.
Huh? Were you speaking to me?
Yeah.
Well, I understand you've been playing that trumpet you got there for the last 300 years.
Yes, sir. I'm with Beethoven's Ethereal Melodians.
Oh, you are, eh? Well, what's your name?
Nathaniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th Cohort.
Uh-huh. And exactly how old are you?
355. Of course, I tell everyone up there that I'm 339. I'm really 355.
Oh, naughty, you're a bad boy.
Well, it's only a white lie. You know, I just can't get over how this town has changed, and the people, too. Where are the Indians?
In Cleveland. Yeah, Bob Hope's got them now.
Bob Hope?
Sure, the big radio comedian. Don't tell me you've never listened to Hope.
No, what did he say?
Now, would you mind if I ask you...
Look. I may be wrong, but I think that's the spot right there.
Huh?
The place where I was killed 300 years ago.
You were what?
I was killed here 300 years ago. I was run over by a cow. I really was. A hit-and-moo driver. You know, Mr. Beethoven gets mad when I tell jokes like that. But it was my own fault, you know. I shouldn't have been out so late.
Yes, well, look,
Nathaniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th Cohort.
Yeah. Look, Nathaniel, when did they let you out?
A little while ago.
Well, you're going back, aren't you?
Oh, of course. I just have to blow a few notes on this horn tonight, and then I'll return immediately.
Oh. Well, why wait till tonight? Why not blow the horn now?
Oh, I couldn't do that. You see, the chief said it wouldn't work unless it was exactly midnight on the top.
The chief said that, eh?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Well, I guess there's no harm in letting you run along. But you'll remember to go right home as soon as you blow the bugle.
Oh, yes, I will. I certainly will. Just as soon as I blew it, I will. Well, goodbye. I'll see you later.
Oh, no, you won't.
If you've been good, I will. Goodbye. My, what a nice man.
Step right inside the store here, folks. The auction is about to begin. Now, friends, I have here in my hand a timepiece that is acknowledged all over the civilized world as the finest example of watchmaking that human hands can create. Why, friends, just look at this watch. Look at the solid 14-karat gold-type case.
Gold-type case?
The jewel die, consisting of 24 genuine artificial diamonds. The real synthetic alligator strap fit for a king's wrist.
Gee.
Ah, you like it, don't you? Well, I don't blame you, friends. Now, who'll start the bidding at $300? Have a bid 300, 300, 300. Who'll say 300? $1. $1. I'm bid $1. All right, who'll make it $1.50? Why, friends, the movement alone is worth that much. Who'll say $1.50? $1.50. $1.50. Can anyone say $1.50?
I can say $1.50. $1.50. See, I said it.
So, to the intelligent-looking man with the horn for $1.50. Congratulations, sir. Here you are.
Thank you, sir.
Why, friend, you have a watch there that will last you 100 years.
100 years? What will I do with it after that? Oh, well, I'll think of something. I wonder where the Waldorf Biltmore Hotel is. That's where I have to go. I better ask someone.
Watch Street, get your pipers here. Watch Street, read all about it.
I beg your pardon, but I'm...
A piper? You want a piper, mister?
Piper? What's a piper?
A paper.
No, thank you. But could you direct me to the Waldorf Biltmore Hotel?
Oh, certainly. It's 1 block down and 2 blocks to the right.
Thank you. I understand it's a lovely place.
At best. I wouldn't live nowhere else.
Oh, then you live there?
Sure, I got the penthouse there. I just sell these papers for a hobby. My dad owns the 4-way code tablets.
Oh. Well, if you have the penthouse, we'll be neighbors. I'll see you over there. That is, if you get home before midnight. Well, thanks again. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I don't know where they come from, but I always get them. Poipers, get your poipers here. Poipers.
Da-da-da-ding. Da-da-da-ding. Yeah, it was nice of him to direct me to the hotel. The earth can't be so bad with people like him on it. I wonder if the chief isn't making a mistake. Maybe I shouldn't. Oh, I didn't say it, Chief. I was just thinking. It's just that it seems such a pity. I mean, there's so many nice people. I'll do it, Chief. Don't worry, I'll do it.
You see, Elizabeth, he's weakening already. I told you he was the wrong one to send.
But, Chief, he'll do it. He said he would. He's on his way to the hotel now.
I've got a good mind to recall him and send someone I can rely on.
Oh, please, Chief, don't do that. Nathaniel's all right. It's just that he has such a soft heart.
Well, I should have sent an older angel. Nathaniel was only 339. Anyway, that's what he says.
But, Chief...
How he got to look like that at only 339 years, I'll never know. I'm worried, Elizabeth.
Oh, why don't you wait and see? I'm sure everything will be all right.
Better be. If that horn doesn't blow at midnight, I'll drop him out of the phalanx.
So this is the Waldorf Biltmore. My, what a beautiful hotel. Sure is crowded, too.
Paging Mr. Davis, Mr. Charles Davis. Paging Mr. Davis.
Paging Mr. Caesar. Mr. Caesar, please.
I'll take it, boy. Is that for Julius?
No, sir. Irving.
Oh, I don't know.
Paging Mr. Caesar. Mr. Irving Caesar.
Oh, fiddlesticks. I wanted to ask him how to get to the roof. So near midnight. I'll ask that man at the desk.
Boy, take this luggage up to 1023, huh? Oh, good evening, sir.
Good evening. Could you tell me how to get to the roof?
Why, yes, sir. You take that last elevator. It's an express.
Thank you. And, is that clock up there on the wall correct?
Yes, sir. It's exactly 10 minutes before midnight.
You're quite certain?
Oh, yes, sir. The sun rises and sets by that clock.
I'm afraid you've been misinformed, if you don't mind my saying so. See, the sun's movements are completely independent of this planet. However, I will accept the time as 11:51 p.m.
Thank you very much. I'm sure Western Union will be deeply grateful.
Oh, that's perfectly all right.
Are you stopping at the hotel, sir?
Yes, for a short time.
You staying overnight?
No, and neither are you. Well, goodbye.
Going up?
Yes, the roof, please. Yeah, it's a lovely elevator you have here.
When you've seen one, you've seen them all.
I suppose so. Is your name Otis?
Yeah, how'd you guess? Otis J. Elevator, that's me.
I'm pleased to meet you. I'm Nathaniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th Cohort. My, it's nice in here, so intimate and cozy.
It ain't so cozy when you have to stand in it all night long.
All night long?
Well, from 6 at night till 2 in the morning.
Really? Then I have good news for you. Tonight you're getting off at 12.
That's funny. The chief didn't tell me anything about it.
Well, he told me.
Well, I hope you're right. Here's the roof, sir.
Thank you. Da-da-da-dee. Da-da-da-dee. Yeah, I wish I could get that right. Da-da-da-dee. What a beautiful sight up here on the roof. And all the stars are out tonight. There's Jupiter, Mercury, and Venus. Hello, Venus. Gee, she's pretty. Well, it's only 5 more minutes till midnight. Better get ready to blow the horn. Here's a good place to stand, right near the edge. I think I'll... What's that? Is someone there? Why, it's a girl, and she's crying. don't cry, miss. Whatever it is that's troubling you will be over very soon.
It'll never be over. Never. Never.
Oh, yes, it will. In just a couple of minutes.
Please go away. Let me alone, can't you?
But I assure you, you have absolutely nothing to worry about.
He doesn't love me. He's sending me away. Well, I won't go back home. I won't.
You can't very well go back home if you're not alive.
Not alive. Yes, of course. That's the answer. The only answer. It's all clear now.
Well, I'm very happy to have been of service. Less than 2 minutes left.
I'll show him. I wonder what he'll say when I'm gone. Well, here goes. Goodbye, Andrew.
Wait, you mustn't jump.
Let me go.
No, you can't.
Why not? It was your idea.
But suicide is a mortal sin.
You let go of me.
Be patient. Just a few more seconds.
No, I won't be talked out of it. Let me go.
You've got to listen to me now. There's very little time.
Hey, Peggy!
Andrew!
What? Who's this?
Oh, Peggy, darling. Hey, you get your hands off my girl.
Let go of me, mister. It's midnight. I've got to blow my horn.
I ought to jam it down your throat.
My horn?
Oh, let him go, Andrew. He didn't do anything.
Oh, Peggy, I've been such a fool. Can you ever forgive me? As soon as you left, I realized what a mistake I made. Oh, Peggy, I'll never let you go again, believe me.
Well, let go of me, then, and put your arms around her. Please, Andrew, it's midnight. I got to blow the horn.
Oh, Andrew, I'm so happy I could start crying all over again.
Look, not tonight, baby. We're going to celebrate. Come on.
Wait, give me back my horn.
Here you are, Bud. Catch.
Whoop! I missed it. It's falling all the way down the street. I won't have time to get it. What am I going to do? Now I'll never get to be an angel senior grade. What am I going to tell the chief? I couldn't help it, Chief. I couldn't help it. Give me another chance. Please, Chief, please. Just one more chance. I want to be a senior.
That's Act 2 of tonight's Ford Theater presentation of The Horn Blows at Midnight, starring Jack Benny with Claude Rains. Time out again very briefly, and Frank Martin speaking for the Ford Motor Company.
A gold medal is quite an impressive thing, particularly when it's awarded to the car chosen as the Fashion Car of the Year. That gold medal has just been awarded to the 1949 Ford. Bearing out the judgment of millions of Americans, the Fashion Academy of New York, after examining all cars in all price ranges, picked the 1949 Ford as embodying all the essential qualities of good taste, modern design, and subtle harmony in line and color. Yes, the style experts have officially awarded the gold medal to the 1949 Ford for its beauty and advanced styling that set Ford apart in its field. And this recognition of Ford styling is not an accident. The 1949 Ford is the only completely newly designed car in its field. Ford engineers, designers, and stylists redesigned the Ford from roof to road, creating a completely new car to give you better, safer, easier driving. Truly modern motoring. And one basic part of that redesigning is Ford's new style, an advanced style that suits a truly advanced car, a style that expresses in steel and glass and chrome the power, comfort, safety, and solid roadability, the advanced performance of the new Ford. Back of every point of Ford styling, you will find a good reason. More headroom, legroom, seat room, luggage room. More visibility, more safety, more comfort, more efficient performance. And above all, better, easier driving. The 1949 Ford, alone in its field, was completely redesigned to give you those things. And it does. The 1949 Ford is not just a remodeled pre-war car, but the most advanced car in its field, the truly modern, truly post-war car. You can tell how advanced 1949 Ford styling is by looking at a new Ford and then looking at other new cars of older style. But you won't know how truly advanced it is until you drive a 1949 Ford. Until you take the wheel and feel the difference. Feel the big difference that Ford's advanced design makes. Why not ask one of your friends to let you drive his new Ford, or see your friendly Ford dealer? When you drive a Ford, you'll feel different. Drive a Ford and feel the difference. The Ford Theater presentation of The Horn Blows at Midnight will be resumed after a brief pause for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Fletcher Markle again, and now for the third act of The Horn Blows at Midnight, starring Jack Benny as Nathaniel and Claude Rains as the Chief.
Elizabeth, of all the angels who could have done the job, you had to recommend Nathaniel.
But, Chief, it wasn't his fault. Nathaniel was only trying to stop that poor girl from committing suicide. A mortal sin.
Well, that wasn't his job. He should have obeyed orders. There are too many people down there committing mortal sins. That's why Earth has to be destroyed.
Please, Chief, give Nathaniel another chance. After all, you've only lost one day.
I know, but Nathaniel has botched up every assignment I ever gave him. Remember 2 months ago when I put him in the weather department? All he had to do was to see that the clouds went in the right direction, and what happened? He got the elements so mixed up it snowed in California. Nathaniel, bah!
No, but, Chief, that was an accident. After all, he was new on the job, and he just didn't know.
Imagine snow in California. He knows very well it's not even supposed to rain there. That's where we keep our smog. No, Elizabeth, I have no alternative. Nathaniel must be recalled.
Chief, if you recall Nathaniel now, you'll destroy all his confidence. He tried so hard to make good. He was so happy at the chance to become an angel, senior grade. If you take that chance away from him, you'll break his spirit. And that's all he's got left. Oh, please, Chief, be just a little more patient with him, won't you?
Elizabeth, I don't know why I let you talk me into these things, but you always do.
Then you'll give Nathaniel another chance? Oh, thank you, Chief, thank you. You're so good and kind, and he'll be so grateful.
Well, you better blow that horn at midnight tonight, or else. And that's my last word. Else. I'll thunder him his directions.
It certainly was nice of the chief to give me another chance. Lucky this horn didn't break when it hit the street. I'll just have to make good tonight. Let's see, there's still a little time before midnight. Guess I'll sit here in the lobby for a while. Certainly is a busy hotel.
Paging Mr. Caesar, Mr. Irving Caesar, please.
Same one he paged yesterday. I'll have to ask Julius if he has any relatives down here. Julius is so nice. I think Brutus was definitely out of line. Well, I got about 15 minutes yet. Yeah, I hope nothing goes wrong this time.
Pardon me. May I sit down here?
Oh, why, certainly. Certainly, there's plenty of room.
Oh, thank you.
Whoops. Wait till I remove the horn. There you are.
Thank you. Isn't this a beautiful hotel?
Yes, it is.
I had such a busy day. And you know, in about an hour, the limousine is coming back for me. And I have to go to a midnight supper at the Stork Club.
Really?
Yes. And then I'll have to go home and get some rest because tomorrow I have so much more to do. I'm going to Saks Fifth Avenue and buy a complete wardrobe for my trip to Honolulu.
Oh, you're going to Honolulu?
Oh, yes, I have to go. You see, I hit the giant jackpot on Singing Again, and I've been traveling ever since.
I don't understand.
And not only that, they painted my house inside and out, and it looks so strange now.
Oh.
I loved it the way it was.
Well, look, lady.
I'm Mrs. Watson.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Watson? My name is Nathaniel.
Nathaniel.
3rd Phalanx, 15th Cohort.
Oh, I've never been there.
Oh, no, it isn't a place.
Paging Jack Benny. Mr. Jack Benny, please. Paging Jack Benny.
Mrs. Watson, what I meant to say...
wait a minute. Did you hear that?
What?
They're paging Jack Benny.
Jack Benny?
Yes. Haven't you ever heard him on the radio?
Well, no.
I hope he's living in this hotel. I might see him. He's simply wonderful. I listen to him every Sunday, even though I can't win anything.
Oh, well, what does this...
You know the thing I like about him?
What?
He pretends to be stingy and cheap, and I'm sure he's not that way at all.
He isn't?
No, I can tell just by listening to him that he's the sweetest, kindest, and the most generous man in the whole world.
Oh. Well, it's nice to know there are people like that.
And you want to know something? I almost met him a year ago.
You did?
Yes, I guessed he was the walking man, but they never called me on the phone.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, I better wait out in front of the hotel now. The limousine will be coming any minute.
The limousine?
Yes, Governor Dewey is the one who has to take me to the Stork Club. That's part of the jackpot.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Watson. It was nice talking to you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Phalanx.
No. It's Nathaniel. 3rd Phalanx, 15th Cohort. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, now, that was the sweetest old... Oh, my goodness. That nice old lady thinks she's going to Honolulu tomorrow. And I have to... Oh, no.
Look. Nathaniel is weakening. Who cares whether anybody goes to Honolulu or not?
He cares, Chief. He worries about everything. That's why he's so...
Stupid? That's what he is, stupid. I still say we sent the wrong angel.
No, you didn't, Chief. He still has time. He'll go through with it.
Then what's he sitting there for? Why doesn't he go up on the roof and get ready? Look what he's doing down there now, biting his nails.
Well, he's nervous.
Nervous about what? Destroying one of our smallest planets? It's ridiculous.
Well, warn him again, Chief, so he'll know it's almost midnight.
All right. I'll send him another thundergram.
Yes, Chief, I know. Well, I still got about 7 minutes. Gee, I hope nothing goes wrong this time.
Hello, monsieur.
Huh? Oh, hello, little girl.
Hello.
Are you lost?
No, monsieur, I am not lost.
Oh, I thought the way you were looking at me, you wanted to ask me something.
No. You just seem so sad, sitting here all by yourself.
I am sad.
Why, monsieur?
Because of something I have to do at midnight. I'm worried about it.
Well, you mustn't worry. My mother told me, even when we were in the camp, not to be sad, because someday everything would be all right.
The camp? You were in...
A prison camp, monsieur, back in France.
Oh, I see. Did you do something wrong?
No, monsieur.
Well,
Would you like a piece of my candy bar, monsieur?
No, thank you. Although I haven't had a bite since I came down here, except my nails.
Then please take a bite of the chocolate bar.
Well, thanks. What's your name?
Angelique.
Angelique? That means little angel in French.
Oui, monsieur.
You know, I'm an angel, too. I'm a big angel.
You are? What's your name?
Nathaniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th Cohort. What's your cohort?
I don't know. Je ne comprends pas.
Oh, then you haven't been in this country long?
No. We just came on the boat this morning from France.
Oh, and did you say you were in a prison camp?
Yes, me and my mama. For 3 whole years. Then the Americans came and got us out.
Oh. Well, where's your mommy and your daddy?
Well, my mama is right over there. But I don't know where my daddy is. He used to be a soldier.
Oh. Oh, well, Angelique, how is it that you speak English so well?
Mama has been teaching me a long time. 3 whole years.
3 years? I suppose that is quite a long time for a mortal. Especially such a small mortal. And you don't know where your father is, huh?
No, monsieur. But Mama said he was the most wonderful man in the world. And we're all going to be together again someday. Angelique? Angelique, you see Mama? Here I am.
Oh, I was worried when I did not see you.
Oh, she's quite all right. We were just sitting here talking.
He is a very nice man, Mama.
Angelique, were you annoying this gentleman?
Oh, no, not at all. We had such a nice chat, and Angelique was telling me what a wonderful man her father is, and you're all going to be together again. Is he in New York?
No, monsieur. Angelique would not understand, but he was a great hero.
Oh, I see. And you just arrived from France this morning?
Yes. Tonight we are going to take the train to Chicago. We are going to live with relatives there. I have not seen them for over 10 years, but they have asked us to come to them.
Well, that will be nice. And your little girl can grow up in a good home like... Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, my goodness. What am I saying?
You look sad again.
Yes, I just remembered something.
Mama, can I have another piece of candy?
Angelique, I just gave you a whole bar.
I know, but I offered to share it with this man, and he ate the whole thing.
Yes, I'm sorry. I just meant to take a bite.
Here's the money. You can buy another bar right over there.
Thank you, Mama.
You know, monsieur, Angelique does not know that her father is dead.
Yes, I realize that.
She's too young to understand. You see, she was just an infant when he was killed. Monsieur, you don't think there can be another war, do you?
Well, not if I... No, I don't think so.
Another war would mean the end of everything. There is not a country in the world that could go through it again. Not the way they fight wars now. People would just destroy each other.
They would?
Oh, yes, monsieur, yes. And yet it seems very simple for a lot of people to forget about a time of war. They do not want to remember. But we must remember, monsieur. All of us. And take care, or we will die for it. Now it is time for people to get to know each other. Now it is time for people to come together in the world.
But there's very little time left, you see.
I know, monsieur.
Oh. You do?
Of course. If we do not change ourselves soon, it will be too late. Though the war is over, there is much still not settled. It may take 5 years or even 10 years before we find the answer to real happiness and understanding. But we will find it, monsieur. We must now reach out to each other and find out about each other. By coming here, Angelique and I have a chance to do that. And we are grateful. We must find peace with each other, monsieur, or we are lost.
Yes, I'm sure you're right. But you see...
Mama, I have another candy bar. Would you like to share it with me, monsieur?
No, thank you. I've had enough.
Well, come on, Angelique. We must go. Goodbye, monsieur. Monsieur...
Nathaniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th Cohort. Goodbye, Angelique.
Goodbye, monsieur.
Goodbye.
What a cute little girl. Spent 3 years of her life in a prison camp. Well, it's getting near midnight. Better take the elevator up to the roof.
Going up, sir?
Yes, the roof, please.
Well, here's the roof, sir.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Well, it's almost midnight. I'm sure glad it's a nice night. It's the last one. Keep thinking about that little girl, Angelique, and her mother. They seem so nice. All they want is a chance to live together in peace. Maybe most people are good. Maybe the war has been a lesson. If that's true, then the Earth shouldn't be destroyed. Chief, do you think that I ought to go... But, Chief, you heard what she said, that little girl's mother. They've never had a chance before. Let them have it now while they... But, Chief, look, there must be millions of others just like them who need time to get to know each other. We have such hopes for the future. This is what Angelique's father gave his life for, to give other people a chance. And now you want to take it away from him. Chief, let's wait a while. Look, Chief, look. Now, suppose all these people down here don't get together. Suppose there is another war. Then the whole world will destroy itself. They'll blow the Earth to pieces. And then remember, Chief, that would take the responsibility off your shoulders. You won't be to blame. See? See what I mean, Chief? You've waited this long, thousands and thousands of years. What harm is there waiting a little longer? Give them a chance. Maybe they'll get to work and live together in peace. Everything will straighten itself out, and it'll be the way you want it to be. What was that, Chief? Oh. Then I won't have to blow the horn? I'm glad you changed your mind. Well, I'd like to come back now, Chief. I'd like to see you and Elizabeth and Horatio, and I'd even like to see Mr. Beethoven, too, even though he does holler at me all the time. From now on, I'm going to practice real hard and make them proud of me. Thanks, Chief. I'll leave right now.
Going down, mister?
Yeah?
Going down?
No, thank you. Up.
From the Ford Theater in Hollywood, you have just heard Mr. Jack Benny starring in The Horn Blows at Midnight. Tonight's version for listening was prepared by Hugh Wedlock and Howard Snyder, and the original musical score was composed and conducted by Cy Feuer. The Ford Theater, a full hour of dramatic entertainment, is brought to you every Friday by the Ford Motor Company, builder of Lincoln and Mercury cars, Ford trucks and farm tractors, and the new 1949 Ford car, officially chosen as the fashion car of the year. It's Ford for the new look in styling, and it's Ford for the new feel in driving. Drive a Ford and feel the difference. Now again, Mr. Markle.
May a director identify the principals in our cast tonight? In the foreground,
the chief
was played, of course, by Mr. Claude Rains, who will soon be seen in the Hal Wallace production, Rope of Sand.
Elizabeth?
Was played by Mercedes McCambridge.
Angelique.
Was Anne Whitfield.
Angelique's mother?
Was played by Jeanette Nolan.
Mrs. Watson.
Was Jane Morgan.
Mr. Beethoven.
Was Hans Conried.
Jerry and Johnny.
Were played by Jerry Farber and Johnny McGovern. Actively assisting were Paul McVeigh, Miriam Wolfe, Eddie Marr, Joseph Kearns, Jay Novello, Julian Upton, Sidney Miller, Herb Vigran, Byron Kane, and Shirley Mitchell. Anybody else?
Yes, Nathaniel.
Was played by Jack Benny. Jack, I've got a confession to make.
What is it, Fletcher?
After all the kidding we did on your program about the horn blows at midnight, I have to admit now that I never saw the picture.
You didn't?
I just couldn't bring myself to walk into the theater.
Why?
It's a complex I have, Jack, the fear of being alone.
Oh. Well, anyway, Fletcher, I want to tell you it was really nice doing this show for you tonight, and I promise you one thing. If I ever make another bad picture, you can have first crack at it.
Thank you, Jack. And by the way, just one more question before I give you your check.
Oh, the check. Yes. It slipped my mind.
Get your hand out of my pocket.
Oh. Yes, excuse me. What is it you wanted to ask me, Fletcher?
Well, you always kid so much about your age. Tell me, Jack, and be on the level this time. How old are you, really?
Fletcher, I'm 39. So long, Fletcher.
Goodbye, Jack, and see you again. You'll be listening to your regular program on PBS this coming Sunday night, and Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman will be your guests. Now it's for next week. Next week on the Ford Theater, we're going to have a story with music. Our star is Mr. Bing Crosby, and our story is one of his most recent films, Welcome Stranger. It's a pleasant portrait of a young doctor who goes to a small New England town so that the local physician can take his first vacation and then suddenly find himself an unwelcome stranger. We're very happy to have with Mr. Crosby Mr. Barry Fitzgerald playing his original role, and we'll be welcoming back Miss Ann Blythe for a return visit. We hope you'll be with us. And now until next week, until Bing Crosby, Ann Blythe, and Barry Fitzgerald in Welcome Stranger, this is Fletcher Markle with a good night and thank you from all of us in the Ford Theater.
The Horn Blows at Midnight was presented through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of the Academy-nominated Johnny Belinda, starring Jane Wyman and Lou Ayres. The Ford Motor Company invites you to join us again next week at this hour to hear Bing Crosby, Barry Fitzgerald, and Ann Blythe starring in Welcome Stranger. This is Frank Martin speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Gentlemen, the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now, the Halls of Ivy.
Here are the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. Today is the windiest day of the windiest month of the year here at Ivy. It's also the day chosen by the members of Ivy's Board of Governors for their quarterly meeting. Let those who will make the most of this coincidence. Ivy's president, Dr. William Todhunter Hall, is out walking this afternoon with his wife, the former Victoria Cromwell of the English musical comedy stage. As they round the corner of the library, Mrs. Hall says,
"There's Mr. Wellman.
Where?
Over there, heading this way.
Oh, yes.
That's really a remarkable strut he has.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, look at him, look. He's marching four abreast all by himself.
I sometimes wonder, Victoria, if we're not a bit too hostile toward Mr. Wellman. You know, there's much to be said in his favor. He began life as a poor boy and pulled himself up by his own bootstraps. He's now a power in the canned soup business and chairman of our Board of Governors. You've got to hand it to him.
I know. If you don't, he just reaches out and grabs it anyway. He seems to be smiling. A beastly little smile. Like the canary who swallowed the cat. Probably just thought of something to make the board bedevil you.
Now, Vicky, we mustn't judge him too harshly.
You haven't had a change of heart about him, have you?
Victoria, Mr. Wellman has often been arrogant and discourteous to me. He has occasionally been mean and spiteful. Nevertheless, there is something about the man that renders him, in my eyes at least, obnoxious.
Well, thank heaven. I thought for a moment you were ill.
But I've been wondering if perhaps it wouldn't be better for the school if I tried to establish a friendlier relationship with him. What would your reaction be if I invited him to dinner this evening?
My usual reaction. My shoulders would sag with delight. Oh, please don't invite him, Toddy. I never know what to talk to him about.
I've always considered you a tower of strength conversationally.
When Mr. Wellman is present, I'm a tower of jello. Let's not rush into it.
All right, my dear. Another time, perhaps.
Yes, later in the spring when the passenger pigeons return.
Darling, the passenger pigeon is extinct.
How nice.
At any rate, I see no reason why I shouldn't offer him an olive branch, do you?
None, except he's liable to bash you about the head with it.
No, I think I can be relied upon to make him accept it in the spirit in which it's offered. If I say so myself, I'm a pretty good diplomat. You know, the even temper, the retort courteous, the subtle flattery subtly conveyed. I have them all at my command when I set my mind to it. Hall the charm boy, they used to call me. Now, you just watch me melt away his hostility. Good afternoon, Mr. Wellman. I couldn't, but...
It's you, Hall. Mrs. Hall?
Yes. As I watched you coming toward us, I couldn't help thinking that much of your success must be due to the resoluteness so apparent in your walk, with which you approach any task, even an ordinary meeting of the board.
This isn't going to be an ordinary meeting, if I can help it. Far from it. Have you seen today's newspaper?
No, I haven't.
Here, read that. Read that.
Oh, I see. You're going to liven it up a bit, are you? Play a few practical jokes, eh? Oh, clever, very clever.
What? What are you talking about? What are you reading?
Listen, Vicky. Now on sale, largest collection of itch powder and dribble glasses in town. 1 million laughs.
No, not the advertisement. The column next to it.
What?
What is it?
Town council passes resolution condemning vice on Ivy campus? How dare they perpetrate such an outrageous insult?
The point, Dr. Hall, is how you dare permit such a condition to flourish here at the school.
Mr. Wellman, surely you know as well as I there is no basis in fact for this contemptible lie.
I know only that for years, against your opposition, I have tried to do away with the very thing at which the town council now points an accusing finger. Willow Walk.
Is that what the town council means by vice? Our local lover's lane?
Precisely. And they're quite right, though it shames me to admit it. We all know what goes on in Willow Walk on spring evenings.
Do we? What?
Never having been there myself, Mrs. Hall, I am not prepared with a bill of particulars. But I am equipped with an imagination.
Then I suggest that if the town council must point an accusing finger at vice, let it be pointed at your imagination. That's the only place on the campus that exists.
Well, I shall, of course, discuss your interesting comments about my imagination with the rest of the board this afternoon.
And I request permission to appear in person and discuss it myself.
Granted. I shall place the matter of the town council's resolution at the bottom of the agenda. We'll arrive at it around 4:30.
I'll be there.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Hall.
Where were we? What were we talking about before this happened?
Diplomacy.
Oh.
The even temper, the retort courteous.
Yes. I wasn't very diplomatic, was I?
Oh, I don't know, as diplomacy goes these days.
No, I behaved badly.
You didn't behave at all, I'm proud to say. The students were being vilely insulted, and so naturally you exploded.
Yes, I really did, didn't I?
You certainly did. I say. Will you ever forget the expression on his face when you told him where you thought the town council ought to point?
Never. The memory of it will make me the jolliest ex-college president on the breadline.
Oh, dear. I'll bet Wellman will work the board into a frenzy over this.
Yes, unless I apologize.
No, under the circumstances, I think bread is far more palatable than humble pie.
What the devil provoked the town council to issue such a blast? So completely without foundation. I know that enmity between the town and the gown is proverbial in academic history, but...
Hello, Victoria. Oh, hello, Pauline.
Oh,
Good afternoon, Dr. Hall.
Good afternoon.
Would you like a lift? My car's right over there.
No, thank you, Professor Larson. We're out for a stroll.
Oh, you're dressed to the nines, Pauline. I never saw you look lovelier. Are you going on a date? Oh, no. I'm on my way to a council meeting at Town Hall. Do you think I look attractive enough to hold the councilman's attention for 5 minutes? That's all the time they've allotted me to speak against a bill they're considering. I think they'd be only too happy to spend 5 minutes just looking at you.
Oh, thank you, dear. Is this to be a little field expedition on behalf of your political science department, Professor?
Oh, no. No, the Town Civic Reform League has asked me to help stop the passage of a bill which extends, practically without reservation, the powers of the town council. The boys in the back room are trying to push it through so as to help them rig elections more easily.
Well, I'm sure you'll prove most effective.
I doubt it. You see, the Reform League's only a few years old, while the local machine was already raiding the pork barrel at a time when Tammany Hall was just a gleam in Aaron Burr's eye. No, I'm afraid this bill will go through with a whoop and a holler.
Well, what in blazes is happening downtown? Yesterday, a baseless accusation of vice on the campus. Today, a crooked bill.
Well, the machine has recently been taken over by P.T. Granger, the honest brakeman. And he... The honest brakeman? Uh-huh. That's what the newspaper boys call him. Due to the fact that he once spent 8 years working in the freight yards and never stole a locomotive.
He's a new broom, and he sweeps dirty.
And he's very much interested in you.
In me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how do you know?
He's been sitting in that convertible over there for the past few minutes, just staring at you. Strange-looking bird, I must say. I've never seen such brilliant plumage. Are you familiar with the species, William?
Oh, only through books, I'm sorry to admit. They're called scalawags, sticky-fingered scalawags, or politicus corruptus. They feed largely on public apathy, foul other birds' nests, and, although the plumage varies, may be easily identified by their bills, which are crooked, and their song, which sounds something like, what's in it for me, what's in it for me.
Sorry. Do let's have a closer look.
Oh, I intend to immediately. Professor Larson, if you should happen to think of some way of snaring this bird, I hope you'll inform me. I've a collector's itch to see him stuffed and mounted in the Ivy Museum of Natural History. Come on, Vicky. Let's tackle Granger.
Goodbye, Pauline, and good luck. Thank you, dear. Bye. Shall you have another go at diplomacy?
This time, I shall maintain an even temper. Coolness and calculation are the best weapons in situations like this, if I've read my Machiavelli correctly. Cool and calculating, therefore, I shall be. Mr. Granger?
Quite right.
Quite right. Mr. P.T. Granger?
Quite right.
Well, what the devil do you mean by accusing us of tolerating vice at the school?
Darling, Machiavelli.
How dare you vilify us? How dare you besmirch us?
Go ahead, Doc. Let it out. Only natural, considering. Quite right.
I demand an explanation.
Sure you do. Knew you would. Quite right.
I suggest some other phrase, entirely correct or indubitably true.
You needle easy, Mrs. Hall. Doc, I made the council pass that resolution just to let you know I was around. Nothing personal in it, just politics. Leading up to a little favor I want you to do for me.
You actually have the colossal gall to expect a favor of me?
Quite right. You'll do it, too.
I am not a betting man, Granger, but in this instance I am prepared to give odds you're wrong.
Save your money, Doc. I got you taped from here to breakfast, and I say you'll do it. You'll do it, or you'll learn that what the council did to the school yesterday is nothing compared to what I'm ready to make it do. The way I got you pegged, you'll do almost anything to save the school's fair name. Isn't that the way you'd say it?
Just what is it you want, Granger?
Ready to play ball. Quite right. Nothing else you can do. Doc, I'm getting ready to move into politics on a statewide basis. I don't know who yet, but I'm entering a candidate in the next election for governor. Whoever it turns out to be, I see him as a man just lousy with respectability.
Go on.
Well, guess whose name I want right up at the top of the list of prominent people heartily endorsing my man?
Granger, I am at a slight disadvantage in dealing with this situation, even after studying Plato's Republic, More's Utopia, and Aristotle's Politica.
What state do they operate in?
The state of enlightenment. I doubt if you've ever crossed the border.
However... Cut it short, Doc. It's all settled anyway. I got more important things to do. I got to listen to the race results in a couple of minutes.
However, I have faced greater terrors than any you have so far conjured up. Differential calculus, astrophysics, and French irregular verbs, to name a few. A moment ago, you asked me to guess something. Now I'll ask you. Guess where I'll see you first before I grant you that favor.
Show and fight, eh? Quite right. Take a walk around the block, Doc, and think it over. I'll be here another 20 minutes.
Enjoy those 20 minutes, Granger, because when I return, I am going to run you right out of town, so help me.
What?
Quite right.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
Before we return to the halls of Ivy, let's listen to the story of a man who went to Florida and, like the Spaniards before him, made an important discovery.
From where I sat, stretched out, relaxed on the terrace of my hotel, Florida was a production in Technicolor. The greens and blues of the ocean, the sky, and the palm trees were intense. And so, too, was my satisfaction. It was one of those settings where you might say all that was needed to complete the picture of utter contentment was a bottle of Schlitz beer. But that came later. At the moment, all I knew of Schlitz was its fame. So I dozed in my chair and only dimly conscious of the hotel waiters passing back and forth serving others on the terrace. Slowly, my attention was drawn to the trays they carried, or rather, what they carried on them. It seemed that Schlitz beer was getting quite a play from the paying customers. And as the number of Schlitz orders began to add up, I became more and more impressed. Then I remembered having read that Schlitz was the most popular beer in the world. My contentment gradually gave way to curiosity, until I found myself wide awake and wondering why Schlitz was so much in demand. Of course, there was only one way to find out. I ordered a bottle of Schlitz, and one deep swallow told me what I wanted to know. Let me put it this way. No wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
That surround us here today.
Returning to the halls of Ivy, we find a moody and reflective Dr. Hall sitting on a bench on the commons with Mrs. Hall, who is feeding the squirrels. Mrs. Hall says,
"Look at the greedy little beggars. Would you like to give them some nuts?" Nuts.
Oh, my sentiments exactly. Vicky, you've no idea how inadequate I feel. I've probably received more honorary degrees than Granger has third degrees. And yet, in certain spheres, he's an intellectual giant compared to me. He was cat and mousing me just now, and enjoying it, too. Now, how can I possibly give students the implements with which they can meet life on its own terms when I myself am so utterly helpless?
Yeah, you might add some new courses to the curriculum. Cynicism 1 and 2. But that's a long-range problem. Closer at hand is the question, how is the honest brakeman to be handled? And let's not try to be diplomatic about it.
Oh, I agree. This calls for knuckle dusters rather than kid gloves.
What else?
As I see it, the only thing Granger has that I lack is the control of 1 to 2,000 votes. And I doubt if I can supply this lack in the next few minutes. So that leaves only one alternative.
Change your name, grow a beard, and take up some other profession.
It's something along those lines. Oh, this has turned out to be just about the most crisis-ridden stroll I've ever taken. All I wanted to do this afternoon was to walk off an excellent lunch. So far, I've insulted the chairman of the board and been threatened with smear campaigns by a penny anti-politico.
Well, life's full of little booby traps. Do you remember our reception at the Red Lion Inn at Marlow, that last weekend in England?
Oh, don't I? Now there was an infuriating quarter of an hour. Remember that wild dash to the railroad station? Yeah. After the last show? The bumpy train rides? No taxi to meet us when we arrived at 2 in the morning?
Yeah, and a 1-mile hike to the inn in the rain, with you staggering under all that luggage.
Yes. And not a soul awake at the hotel to take care of us when we got there. Oh, I'll never forget it, never. Where is everyone? Oh, the place is absolutely deserted. Oh, Vicky, now, don't tell me you've caught cold.
Oh, no, I haven't. At least, I hope not.
Sit here, darling. Sit here near the fire. I'll poke it up a bit.
Well, I'll see if there's a note for us on the desk.
I told the landlord when I telephoned that we were rather late getting here. He assured me someone would wait up for us.
Well, look. There's a box with my name on it.
Is there? Well, open it, darling. Look, bring it over here and sit down. There. Now give me your foot. I want to get those wet shoes off.
Here.
What's in it?
It's a sack of flour. What on earth?
Oh, good Lord. I told the landlord I wanted some flowers for you. Flowers. You idiots. I'm sorry, darling.
Well, please don't be. It was very sweet of you to have thought of it at all.
I know. Much good it did. Well, I'm going to knock at every door in the place till I find someone to look after us.
No, Toddy, don't. There may be other couples here on a lovely weekend of their own.
Well, I see no reason why they should be permitted to enjoy a weekend while we're condemned to a bench down here.
Well, it's not so bad, really. Seems to be very soft wood.
Oh, you're an angel, Vicky. Always making the best of everything.
Sit down here.
All right. Whoops. This is not softwood.
Put your arms round me. I feel better already. Sorry. Well, it's too bad, isn't it? I'm sorry. Did I forestall a kiss?
Oh, never mind, darling. I've plenty more. Look, just tell me when.
Now. There. Well, this is more like it.
Ah, Vicky, I'd planned it all so differently. I wanted our own comfortable room with a lovely fire going, a full moon outside the window, and the smell of jasmine from the garden below, and somewhere a nightingale singing.
It isn't really the season for nightingales.
Well, then I would have hired someone to do bird calls just for the occasion.
I can coo a little.
Ah, do a little, my dove.
Coo?
Oh, that was a sad little dove, wasn't it? You know, darling, I'm sure of one thing. If we can surmount this kind of night, the rest of our married life ought to be smooth sailing.
You're not beginning to lose the first spineful flush of enthusiasm.
Lose it? Darling, you're soaked to the skin, your hair is all mussed up, your nose is red, and I have never seen anyone as ravishing. I love you, Vicky. And if it were ordained that we have to spend the rest of our lives sitting here feeling just as miserable, I'd say amen to it and enjoy every moment.
Oh, Toddy, kiss me quickly before I sneeze.
Before and immediately after. My darling, but let's move into this little sitting room. Why, look, Victoria. Isn't that amazing?
What?
Well, that motto over the door. It's exactly the same as the one at Ivy. You shall know the truth, and the truth will make you free.
I know, Toddy. It's always been there.
Oh, no, my dear, you don't understand. You've never seen it. It's over the library door at Ivy College in America.
Well, of course it is. I'm sitting right here looking at it. Come back, Toddy, wherever you are.
Come back? Looking at it? Oh, you mean here at Ivy?
I do wish I could go with you when you set sail into space like that.
Oh, you do go with me, Vicky. Do you think I'd leave my first mate behind?
Oh, that was charming. But I think we'd better head for home if you're going to upset Mr. Granger's wild and woolly plans.
Wait a moment. Wait. I've just had an inspiration, Vicky.
What?
Seeing the library gave it to me. Let's go in.
Whatever for?
Well, in this library since 1640 has reposed the original charter of Ivy Township. When it was incorporated with 75 inhabitants, there must have been laws and statutes which were only intended to apply to a community that small. I'm going to snoop around and see if I can't hunt up some forgotten statute which might legislate Mr. Granger smack out of his smug, complacent skin. Vicky, I've got it.
Tell.
Well, in 1757, when Ivy's population had swollen to 93 persons, the city fathers passed a law extending the vote on local affairs to anyone of voting age who had resided in the town for a minimum period of 3 months.
No, you've lost me, my darling. I haven't got the faintest idea what you're talking about.
But you realize that 1,500 Ivy students of voting age reside in this town for 9 months every year? Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Well, it makes for a very attractive campus.
Yeah, but more attractive than you think. 1,500 votes will swing the entire balance of power in this town.
Toddy, how wonderful! Well, this makes you a more powerful politico than Granger ever was.
Of course it does. And when I explain the situation to the students, I'm sure they'll see eye to eye with me.
They'll go to the polls in droves.
You know, if it hadn't been for Professor Larson, I never would have thought to look up the law. Remind me, Vicky, to call her as soon as she returns from the meeting. I'm going to increase the budget for the political science department. Come along, Victoria. I'm ready for Mr. Granger. I'm going to enjoy this.
Don't be greedy, Toddy. Let me into the act, too.
Of course. We'll cat and mouse him. Just watch Boss Hall in action.
Be quiet, dear. He'll hear you.
You're right on the nose, Doc. I was just about to turn on the ignition. What's so funny? Oh, yeah, I said, what's so funny?
You don't understand what's happening, and you're curious, aren't you?
Yeah, quite right.
Well, don't make me mad, Doc. I asked you a question. I expect an answer.
Sure you do.
You would.
Quite right.
You both lost your minds?
Oh, not at all. No, we're about to run you out of town, and we're naturally pleased at the prospect. Nothing personal in it, you understand, just politics.
Yeah, well, I'll give you 10 seconds more, then I'll get mad.
Quite right. Yeah, look at his face every time I say that, Toddy. Mr. Granger, you noodle easy.
What?
Needle, not noodle, darling. Now, pay close attention, honest Brakeman.
Yeah.
I'm only going to say this once.
Yeah.
I've just completed a study of the laws of the town of Ivy.
So what?
You've made a small mistake. There's a forgotten but not obsolete statute here which renders more than 1,500 students at Ivy eligible to appear at the polls, eligible to take advantage of the statutes governing initiative, referendum, and recall.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Do you know the first thing we're going to do with our vote? We're going to build you a monument.
Me?
Yes, you. A monument 1,000 feet high, made of the rarest marble.
Well,
I think possibly it'll be 1 inch wide. It shouldn't cost more than a few $1 million. The college, of course, is non-taxable, so the property holders in town will have to pay for it.
Doc, listen.
It's going to have your name plastered all over it, and each time they see it and think of the cost, they'll think of you. Fondly, devotedly.
Oh, look, Doc.
And that's only the beginning.
Doc, wait a minute.
Then I think we'll reconstruct Town Hall so that the elevators remain stationary while the building goes up and down.
Doc, please, wait. Let's make a deal.
A deal does not interest me. But there is always unconditional surrender.
Yeah, there is, isn't there? Ain't there? You got it. Unconditional surrender. I'll do anything you say.
The first thing you'll do is to come with me to a meeting of our Board of Governors and inform them the town council was mistaken in its resolution yesterday and that it will retract and apologize.
Quite right. I mean, sure. Only a jerk would have believed it anyway.
I want you to tell that to the chairman of our board personally.
Personally? To Wellman?
Yes, and in my presence.
Doc, I got no right to ask, but will you do me a favor?
Well, what is it?
Do you teach politics here at Ivy?
Yes, we have a political science department.
I want to take that course. Enroll me.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
Now, here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Well, it's late, Toddy. Time to close up. Have you finished whatever it is that you're writing?
Oh, but the last line, Vicky. It's a limerick.
Perhaps I can help. How does it go?
A guileless old fellow named Hall, on finding his back to the wall, like Machiavelli, he managed so well he...
could hardly be lived with at all.
Very good,
But seriously, I think you handled the case of the honest brakeman very well.
I don't know. I'm afraid I slipped up on the retort courteous.
You went even one better, Toddy. You gave them the reproof valiant.
Well, so long as it wasn't the reply churlish, my dear. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Eleanor Audley, Edwin Max, and Herbert Butterfield. Tonight's script was written by Walter Brown Newman and Don Quinn. Our music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
We love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away.
Your Tune for the Stars on NBC.
Dennis Dave.
That makes life be worthwhile, dwells in your eyes, and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. In answer to many of your requests, here's Dennis singing his RCA Victor recording of Yeah, Sure, You Betcha.
Hilda, oh Hilda, I've an picture grand. Will ya, oh will ya, let me hold your hand? If I should ask you, do you love me too? Say yeah, sure, you betcha, I've an think I do. In Wisconsin, Ollie Johnson fell in love with a sweet Swedish Miss Hilda Swanson. He wooed her, he pursued her. All Wisconsin heard Johnson sing Swanson the song. Oh Hilda, I've an think you're grand. Will ya, oh will ya, let me hold your hand? If I should ask you, do you love me too? Say yeah, sure, you betcha, hey Ben, take I do. Oh I do, yes I do. By golly, by Yemeni, I do. If I should ask you, do you love me too? Say, yeah, sure, you betcha, I then think I do. Oh, Hilda, let this Swedish boy thrill ya until ya are yumpin' with joy. There at the preacher's when he says, will you? Say, yeah, sure, you betcha, even think I do. Oh, I do, yes, I do. By golly, by Yemeni, I do. There at the preacher's when he says, will you? Say, yeah, sure, you betcha, even think I do. By golly, by Yemeni, I ben think I do.
A very special tip on hair appeal, girls, from famous beauty authority Kay Dumet. Lovely hair shining with natural highlights and shadows, sparkling with silken softness, inviting with clean fragrance. That's the natural hair appeal that men prefer. And now such natural hair appeal can be yours with one touch of magic, Luster Cream Shampoo. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream Shampoo is an amazing new dainty cream that whips up like magic in hard or soft water into a mild, gentle lather that sweeps dullness away. Out of her wealth of cosmetic lore, Kay Dumet blended gentle lanolin with special secret ingredients to achieve this delightful new cream that leaves your hair so easy to manage, so soft and shining with the natural appeal that men love. Ask for the economical dollar jar of Luster Cream Shampoo at your cosmetic counter. Also 30-cent and 55-cent sizes. Discover the secret that women and girls of all ages are learning everywhere. There's a world of glamour in each dainty jar of Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness.
there's quite a stir at the Anderson boarding house in Weaverville this morning. We find our young hero, Dennis Day, in the dining room, helping to open several packages which have just arrived. For strangely and excitingly enough, they're addressed to the more fragile half of the Anderson family.
Gee, Mr. Anderson, that's for you?
Yes, my dear little Poopsie girl picked it out for me herself. You like it, Dennis?
Oh, yes, sir. It's one of the prettiest aprons I've ever seen.
I think so, too. Notice how that blue ribbon just matches my eyes?
Oh, yes, sir. Shall we open the other packages now?
No need to. It's just the rest of my fall outfit. Mops, scrubbing brushes, and dust caps.
Gee, it sure is nice of Mrs. Anderson to let you have a whole new wardrobe.
Yes, well, you see, Poopsie won't be spending much time around the house during the day anymore. So she's taking me off of part-time and putting me on full-time.
Well, gosh, congratulations, Mr. Anderson. You sure have earned it. But why won't Mrs. Anderson be here during the day anymore?
What, didn't you know? She's going into business. She has an appointment with Homer Willoughby this morning.
Your wife is going into business with my boss? Holy smoke, another access to Führer and Il Duce.
Poopsie isn't going into business with him, Dennis.
Oh, well, gee, she isn't trying to get a job at the store, is she?
Oh, no.
Oh, that's good, because our policy is the customer is always right, and if she was a clerk, who'd dare?
Your customers are perfectly safe, Dennis. Poopsie's going into business for herself.
For herself? Then what's Mr. Willoughby?
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Anderson.
Good morning, cuddle baby.
Mrs. Anderson, your husband was just telling me about you going into business and that my boss was involved in some way.
That's right. Haven't you heard about Mr. Willoughby taking over a dress shop?
Why, no, ma'am. I didn't know he had any interest in dresses at all. At least not vacant ones.
Well, he has. He was forced to foreclose a mortgage and take over the shop, and I'm going to buy it from him.
That is, if Mr. Gordon of that Fifi dress shop chain doesn't put in a higher bid.
Well, that's what this morning's meeting is for, to decide which one of us Mr. Willoughby will sell it to.
Gosh, I sure hope you get it, Mrs. Anderson.
Oh, so do I. They have such stunning things. This man-tailored suit I'm wearing is one of their creations. Isn't it gorgeous?
Oh, yes, ma'am. It makes you look very virile.
What?
Well, what I mean is, it brings out your real personality.
It does, eh?
Yes, ma'am. Of course it hides you, but it brings out your... Could I have a moment to clarify my thinking on this?
Never mind. Come along if you want to drive down to Willoughby's with me. I don't want to be late.
Yes, ma'am. And thank you for dropping the subject instead of me. Mrs. Anderson, are you sure you want to go into this business?
Of course.
But isn't a woman's place in the home?
Herbert will do there very nicely.
Yeah, I guess so. Would you like me to talk to Mr. Willoughby? Use my influence on him?
Dennis, will you stop thinking up ways to get me out of this deal?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to make this shop a big success. I might even get Mrs. Hannah Cabot II to wear one of my gowns. And wouldn't that be something?
Boy, I'll say. Who's she?
Just one of the 10 best-dressed women in America, that's all. And she's here in town right now to be the guest of honor at the country club dance.
Oh.
And, of course, it's very important to the success of a gown to be seen on just the right person.
Yes, ma'am. Is that why you bought a suit?
What?
I spoke without thinking it out far enough.
Well, be more careful in the future. Oh, this is the street, isn't it? Yes, and I believe there's a parking space right in front of Willoughby's store.
It's kind of narrow.
Dennis, I know how to park.
Well, Wait, Mrs. Anderson, you shouldn't drive in front with you got a back in. Perhaps I should take the wheel.
Please, I know. Now look what you've done.
Me?
Yes, talking to me while I was parking. Your big mouth was open wider than the space I was trying to get in. His fender's dented, isn't it?
I don't know. I can't see it.
Why not?
It's on the roof of our car. Oh, my gosh, look. Here comes a policeman.
A policeman? Dennis, you were right. You may take the wheel.
Huh?
You heard me. Slide over and I'll sit where you are and hurry.
Yes, ma'am.
All right now. Faith, and let's see the droopert who's to blame for this.
What? How dare you, officer? Can't you see how that other car is parked? Or are you too dim-witted?
No, don't be after handing me that, lady. Trying to put the blame on some poor innocent driver who wasn't even in his car. I saw this car smash into it with my own eyes.
Now, see here.
Now, Colleen, me darling, what this fine broth of a lad saw, he saw. And divil a bit will get him to change his mind at all, McCushler, store, McGoolney.
Well, now, do you know, it's just possible that my eyes have deceived me. What's your name, lad?
Dennis O'Day, your worship, and may it please your honour.
Dennis O'Day. That wouldn't perchance be Irish, would it now, lad?
Sure, and it wouldn't be Czechoslovakian, your grace.
Not from the north of Ireland, I hope.
Faith, and not a bit of it, you all.
That's fine now. Well, it's easy to see what happened here. You were driving along, minding your own business, when all of a sudden this parked car smashed into you.
And without a word of warning, too. Will you look at the way he's parked, and not 2 blocks from a fire hydrant?
Sure, and he's a menace to safe drivers.
Indeed, and that's just what he is. Look at his car. Not even a tail light on it.
And you, on the other hand, even have an extra one on your front fender.
Oh, that I have. I'm a cautious darling, I am.
Oh, he is a darling, isn't he, officer? We all love him so.
I don't blame you for that, ma'am. And when I see the rascal who owns this other car, it's a ticket I'll be handing him straight off.
Good lad. He's a threat to human lives. He ought to be locked up. He's a... Ooh, what I see coming.
What's going on here? Hey, what happened to my car?
Well, Mr. Willoughby...
So you're the owner of this car, eh? Well, there's a nice ticket waiting for you, my man.
What?
Dennis, my dress shop. You can't let this happen.
No. You see, officer, there's been a mistake. The accident was all my fault, honest. Besides, I'm a Lithuanian.
Come now, my lad. It's nice of you to take the blame. But look at this fella's car. Parked 3 feet out from the curb.
But Mr. Willoughby didn't mean to do it. He'd probably been drinking again and didn't know what he was doing.
Drinking? Now, see here.
Don't you know it's against the law to drive a car while drunk?
Sure, but you can't hold Mr. Willoughby for that. That law was passed long after his license expired.
Huh? Why, this boy is crazy, officer.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
No, eh? Well, drunk driving and no license is good enough for me. Come on, Willoughby. You're telling it to a judge.
No, wait.
Yes, wait.
Yeah, for heaven's sake, wait.
Come on, Willoughby. Start moving. And many thanks to you, lad. The top of the morning to you.
The top of the morning? Oh, I just fell to the bottom.
Oh, no, Dennis.
Yeah, it was just awful, Mildred. That's why I phoned you to come right down to the store. I'm almost positive I lost popularity with your mother.
Say, wait a minute. Mr. Willoughby being in jail is the answer to our whole problem.
Huh? Say it again. I may have missed a key word somewhere.
Look, who's Mother's rival for this shop? Mr. Gordon, the out-of-towner who owns that big dress chain. This is your chance to get rid of him and leave the field clear for Mother.
Get rid of him?
Sure, scare him off some way. He's due here for the meeting at... Oh, my gosh. Look, that must be Mr. Gordon crossing the street right now.
Well, yeah, quick, get out of sight. I'll think of something.
Okay.
How do you do, sir?
Hello, Mr. Willoughby in. I'm Mademoiselle Fifi.
Oh, I beg your pardon, miss. I thought you were Mr. Gordon.
I am Mr. Gordon. Mademoiselle Fifi is just a name I use, a trade name.
Oh, gee, you sure got the worst of the trade, huh?
Look, I'm a busy man. Is Mr. Willoughby in or isn't he in?
Yes, sir, he's in, and that's why he's not here. He won't be in till he's out.
What is this gibberish? I have an appointment to see Mr. Willoughby about buying that dress shop of his.
Gee, you're going to invest money here in Weaverville?
I am.
Boy, what a devil-may-care attitude.
What are you talking about? I've always heard that Weaverville is an up-and-coming town.
Well, it used to be up and coming, but all of a sudden it got down and went. I know, I live here.
You mean there's no business in town at all?
Last week this store didn't do 5 cents worth. Then this week it fell off a little.
But why can't you stimulate business? Did you ever try a 1-cent sale?
Oh, lots of them. Never sold a single penny.
Why, this is fantastic.
Yeah.
But how does Mr. Willoughby manage to run 2 stores and keep up a beautiful home?
Well, of course, if a fellow doesn't care how he gets his money...
What do you mean?
I'd rather not say, unless you press me.
But I do press you.
Attaboy.
You mean to tell me Willoughby makes his money by underhanded methods?
Well...
Because if he does, I'll withdraw my offer for his dress shop immediately.
You mean that?
I do.
Lean forward, pal, and put your ear in my mouth.
Well, go on.
What would you say about a man who swindled $100,000 out of widows and orphans?
What? You mean Willoughby?
No, I didn't say he did. I just asked you what you think of it.
I think it's horrible. And I'm going to talk to Willoughby about it, too. Where is he?
They took him to jail this morning.
Jail? What for?
Haven't you been paying attention?
Huh? Oh. They caught up with his swindling operations.
That's better. For a minute you had me worried.
What will they do with him?
Willoughby? Oh, with his connections, he'll get off.
He will?
Sure. They can't make a rap stick against him. Why, it wouldn't surprise me if any minute... Well, speak of the devil.
So, there you are. Oh, why, Mr. Gordon. Thank heavens I got back in time to see you.
Willoughby, is it true they took you to jail this morning?
Why, yes. But how did you know?
Never mind. And you beat the rap, eh?
Oh, sure. It was just a minor offense.
A minor offense? You call that a minor offense?
Well, of course. Well, I'll bet you've done worse than that yourself many times.
Oh, I have I? Willoughby, I'm withdrawing my bid for your shop. I want nothing more to do with you. Good day, sir.
But, Mr. Gordon... Dennis Day.
Gee, I'm beginning to hate that name.
Somehow I've got a sneaking suspicion that you had something to do with this.
Me, sir?
Yes, you, sir. First you had me clapped in the jail on a ridiculous traffic charge. And now I return to find this. Do you think there's no limit to my patience?
I don't know, but that's the way I'm praying.
Very well. I'm going to teach you and that Mrs. Anderson a lesson. I hereby accept her bid for my dress shop.
Accept it? Oh, Mr. Willoughby!
Dennis, stop that silly kissing. I just had these shoes shine.
But, Mr. Willoughby, I'm so grateful.
Oh, you are, huh? Grateful, huh? Ha, ha, ha.
Mr. Willoughby, that isn't a good, wholesome chuckle.
Oh, no? It might interest you to know that your Mrs. Anderson is stuck with a whole store full of brand new, latest style, long-length dresses.
That's bad?
In Weaverville, it's murder. Why, there isn't a woman in town who'd touch one of those dresses on a bet. That's why the last owner went broke.
Oh, my gosh, I'm having a normal day again.
I didn't want to sell to anybody in town. I was content to stick that chain store man. But now, well, just tell Mrs. Anderson, happy bankruptcy.
But, Mr. Willoughby...
Tut, my boy. Those are my final words.
Yeah, and when I repeat them to Mrs. Anderson, I guess they'll be mine, too.
Oh, Dennis, you can't mean it. A whole store full of long dresses?
Every last one of them, Mildred.
Oh, my gosh. Well, what did Mother say when you told her?
She looked at me like she was seeing a ghost. I think it gave her an idea, too.
Golly, long dresses wouldn't be so bad if the women here were... Dennis, I think I have it.
Gee, it's marvelous. Every time we're in a little trouble, you come up with an idea that leads to suicide.
But this is foolproof, Dennis. Listen, have you ever heard of Mrs. Hannah Cabot II?
Oh, yeah, your mother mentioned her.
Do you know what would happen to Mother's business overnight if one of the 10 best-dressed women in America wore an Anderson gown to that country club dance?
Why would a woman like that wear a dress from a small-town shop?
Because a famous Parisian style authority is going to tell her they're the finest gowns ever designed. You know who?
Who?
You.
Who?
Oh, you can do it, Dennis. You do a marvelous French impersonation. And you can take one of the dresses along with you. Mother's got several of them here.
But, Mildred...
Oh, Mother, Dennis and I have the most marvelous idea.
Mildred, stop using vile language.
Vile language?
You said Dennis.
But, Mother, this idea...
I don't care to hear it. Your father and I are going to the shop and get busy protecting our investment. Come along, Herbert.
Lead the way, flame of desire.
Dennis, you have to get to work on Mrs. Cabot this very minute.
Oh, Mildred, these things always lead to such grief. Isn't there some other way?
Dennis, for heaven's sakes, don't tell me you're afraid to call on her.
All right, I won't. But believe me, I'm not shaking from courage.
Yes?
Bon voyage, monsieur.
Bon what?
You speak French?
Why, yes, of course.
How do you do?
Well, how do you do?
Permit me, I should introduce myself. I am Vladimir Dekovich, greatest dress designer in all Moscow, which is a city in Russia and explains my accent.
Oh, I see. Well, of course, Russia has had some of the best dressed women of all time. Catherine the Great, the Grand Duchess Tatiana Romanova.
Oh, da, and I designed all their clothes.
What? But they've been dead for hundreds of years.
I did not say they look well in them, madame.
You're an awfully odd little man, aren't you? Just what is it you want of me?
Madame, I have here the most beautiful gown ever designed. It is from a little dress shop right here in town. I want you should wear it from the country club dance.
Oh, but I'm sorry, but I've already chosen my gown from Saks.
Oh, madame, my gown is more beautiful than any sack you have ever seen.
My dear friend, I was referring to Saks Fifth Avenue.
But a sack is a sack no matter what street you pick it up.
Are you quite sure you're a Russian style authority, young man?
Oh, Ninochka, madame.
Oh, you never saw Russia in your life, and you know it.
Silly girl.
Now, you stop this nonsense right here and now. Come, man. What is your game?
Well, I guess I might as well tell you the truth. I'm not Russian at all.
No.
Well, I had to try this, Mrs. Cabot. I was desperate.
Oh?
Yes, ma'am. It's my girlfriend's mother. She's got a terrible problem.
I quite agree.
No, you see, she was tricked into buying a dress shop, and if it isn't a success, she'll lose all her money. So
you thought if I wore one of her creations, other women would follow my lead?
Yes, ma'am. You're one of the 10 women in America who are dressed or something. Won't you do it, Mrs. Cabot? I need you badly.
Well, I was a Girl Scout once, darn it.
Mrs. Cabot, then you will?
These dresses of yours, short skirts, I suppose.
Oh, no, ma'am. Long. The very latest.
Well, I'm surprised. And what about necklines?
Oh, they have them, too.
Yes, no doubt. I mean, are they high or low?
Oh, all kinds. You've got your choice from turtleneck to You'll Be in Life magazine, but you could also be arrested.
You're quite refreshing in a jarring sort of way.
Thank you. But will you really wear my gown, Mrs. Cabot?
Oh, very well, young man. Leave it here and I'll wear it to the dance. What's more, I shall even phone the newspapers and tell them I'm doing so.
Oh, Mrs. Cabot, I just don't know what to say. Gee, I hope the alarm doesn't go off. This is the pleasantest dream I ever had.
Mother would hurry, Dennis. The newspaper just came out, and I've already had 7 calls for fittings. Oh, Dennis, you're just marvelous.
Ah, shucks. What if I am? Gee whiz.
Oh, I'm so proud of you. When Mother hears about this, she'll just scream with joy. Mother, at last.
Hello, Mrs. Anderson. You may kiss me if you like.
Kiss you?
Yes, ma'am. On the hand or on the face, wherever you find me the more desirable.
What are you talking about?
Mother, haven't you heard? Dennis got Mrs. Cabot to wear one of your long dresses to the dance tomorrow night.
You fool.
This is a scream of joy.
Mother, don't you understand? Every woman in town will want one of your long dresses.
It's you who don't understand. Herbert and I have just spent the entire night cutting 7 inches off every dress in our shop.
Oh, no, Mother.
Yes.
Boy, I sure hope there's nothing to this theory of reincarnation. I'd hate to have to go through a life like this again.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing. Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And that's important, as our Colgate players demonstrate. Scene, a hotel switchboard where 2 pretty telephone operators are talking.
What a nerve he has, thinking I'd go out on a date with a guy like him.
You mean that good-looking blonde boy? Gee, Mabel, he looked all right to me.
I got no complaints on the fella's look. But I'm telling you, Gertrude.
Imagine. Gee, you'd think one of his pals would tip him off to see his dentist, wouldn't you?
Well, one of his pals finally did, and here's what that fellow found out.
Scientific tests prove that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And Colgate's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpaste prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. With Charles Dand in the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing the #1 ballad of the day, I Wish I Didn't Love You So.
I wish I didn't love you so. My love for you should have faded long ago.
Remember, doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days.
And this beauty plan with Palmolive soap was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan improves all types of skin, brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Earl Ross, the Sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and Mel Blanc, the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Playing his new character, Zuki.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc. Good evening, folks.
It's all fine and dandy, sugar candy when I've got you. When I only see the sunny side, even trouble has its funny side. When you're gone, sugar candy, I get lonesome, I get so blue. When you're handy, it's fine and dandy, but when you're gone, what can I do? I get lonesome, kind of blue. When you're gone, what can I do?
Thank you, Sportsman and Victor Miller. Well, last night was date night in Mel Blanc's little town, and in almost every house, prospective father-in-laws were bidding cheery goodbyes to courting swains. In the Anderson house, Mr. Anderson was saying, "Good night, Joe."
Good night, Mr. Anderson.
And in the Brown household, Mr. Brown was saying,
Good night, Sam. Good night, Mr. Brown.
And in the Colby house, where Mel Blanc spent the evening courting his girl, Betty, Betty's father, Mr. Colby, was saying,
Get out of here and never come back again!
Good night, Mr. Colby.
So the next morning we find Mel standing in his fix-it shop talking to Betty's kid brother, Tommy.
You know, Tommy, I can't figure your father out.
What do you mean, Mel?
Well, I don't know whether he likes me or not. Last night he threw me out of the house, and yet the night before he said, Mel, go out and take my car. He even escorted me to the driver's seat and started the motor, waved goodbye, and said, Mel, run her all night.
Well, what's wrong with that?
In a locked garage? Doesn't look right.
Well, it's your own fault, Mel. You act too much like a weakling.
I'm a weakling? Your father's the one who's a weakling. Why, yesterday he was strangling me for 10 minutes before he finally let go of my throat.
Well, that's because he thought you were dead.
Well, I fooled him. Blue is my natural color.
Mel, why don't you use a different approach to my old man? Stop walking in on your hands and knees. Why don't you be pleasant? Crack a few jokes.
Say, that's a great idea, Tommy. After all, I'm a natural-born comedian. Listen to this great joke, kid. It seems George Washington's father bought him a little hatchet. And that night, little George, instead of chopping down a cherry tree, sneaked into his father's room and tried to take a chip off the old block. You get a chip off the old block. Hatchet.
Hatchet yourself. You laid it.
It's a fine way to talk to your prospective brother-in-law. Don't forget, someday I'll marry your sister Betty, and then, who knows, you may even have a little nephew that looks just like me.
So I'll be a monkey's uncle. Oh, now stop kidding yourself, Mel. You'll never marry my sister as long as my father hates you like he does.
Yeah, that's what you think. Oh, you better go, Tommy. Here comes my lodge president, Mr. Cushing. He's a very important guy.
Oh, is that the lodge Pop is trying to get into? The Loyal Order of Benevolent Zebras?
Yeah.
Well, greeting, Brother Zebra. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga. So long, Tommy. This is all secret lodge business.
Yeah, I get it. Ugga, ugga, boo. What's such a secret? I said that before I could talk.
Well, I just came around to remind you about the important meeting tonight, Mel. Looks like we're about to get that priority to build a new lodge auditorium.
Gee, I thought there were a lot of people ahead of us.
Well, the top priority went to the pool hall. Then came the saloon and then the bowling alley. We're ahead of only one person.
Who's that?
A veteran who wants to build a house. And another thing, Mel, we're voting on Colby's application for membership.
I thought Betty's father was voted in last year.
Well, he didn't get quite enough votes, so we declared him a zebra without stripes.
Well, what's that?
A jackass.
Well, I sure would like to be there to vote for him, but I've got something more important. I got to go up to Mr. Colby's house and square myself with him.
Why, are you in trouble with Colby again? What'd you do this time to make him mad?
Well, last night Mr. Colby finally got delivery on his new 1946 console radio. You should have seen it. They delivered it in a beautiful plastic crate. In fact, it was so beautiful it got me all confused.
Well, what did you do?
I threw out the radio and plugged in the crate.
So that's why he tossed you out of the house again, huh?
Yeah. I've been tossed on the lawn so much I'm beginning to feel like the afternoon paper. Gee, if I only knew what to do to make Mr. Colby like me. I can't even get near him.
Well, Mel, why don't you send your assistant, Zuki, over? You let him deliver a box of candy and attach a personal note. Nothing better.
Hey, that's a good idea. Thank you, mighty potentate.
Well, anything to help a brother zebra, you know. So long, Mel. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Ugga-boo-boo, ugga-ugga-boo-boo.
Oh, careful, Mel. You slipped up on that password.
Well, what do you mean?
You uggaed when you should have booed.
Now to get a box of candy and write a little note. Boy, this is great. I can just see Zuki giving it to Mr. Colby now.
Oh, hello, Zuki. What brings you here?
Oh, hello, Mr. Colby. Mel sent me over with this box of candy.
Oh, that nincompoop Mel is trying to get in good with me. Whoa. 2 pounds of assorted fruits and nuts. And a note from him, too.
Yeah, it's a poem. I'll read it to you. Roses are red. Violets are blue. That's why I send these fruits and nuts to you.
Oh, Betty. Look what Mel sent over.
Oh, gee. Oh, that's nice. Oh, hello, Zuki.
Hello,
Betty. Thanks. Zuki, Mel must have spent a lot of money on this candy.
Well, he took it out of the bank. You see, he traded in his accordion. He collected some money. He cut my salary.
Well, the candy's nice, but I don't know whether I ought to forgive Mel for what he did to my new radio. I got a repairman coming in to fix the radio, and it's costing me $50.
Daddy, why don't you give Mel another chance?
I don't want him near that radio. Tonight my favorite program is on, and I want to hear it.
Oh, but Mel could fix your radio. He fixed the Anderson radio, and now it brings in all the you can get Africa. You can get you can get Russia. It's dead as a doornail.
However, I can't overlook the fact that Mel did make a peace offering. So, Zuki, you may tell Mel he can come over here tonight to see Betty. But he's got to keep his hands off the radio.
Oh, I'll promise for Mel, Father. Zuki, now you run back to the fix-it shop and tell Mel.
Oh, okay. Oh, this is swell. When I tell Mel, why, he'll be so happy he'll take me in his arms and he'll hug and he'll kiss. Hey, Betty, you better go.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A girl who has a breath of trouble is seldom asked to date up double. Don't let a breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, hurt your popularity. Thousands who don't even suspect it are victims of unpleasing breath. So be on your guard. Do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate Tooth Powder. For Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate Tooth Powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate Tooth Powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
Now back to Victor Miller and the Sportsman doing 5 minutes more.
Give me 5 minutes more, only 5 minutes more. Let me stay in your arms. Do-do-do-do, here am I begging for only 5 minutes more, only 5 minutes more of your charm.
All week long I dreamed about our Saturday date.
Don't you know that Sunday morning you can sleep late? Give me 5 minutes more, only 5 minutes more. Let me stay forever in your arms.
With a gift of a 2-pound box of nuts and fruits, Mel had made Mr. Colby forget the fact that he almost ruined Mr. Colby's brand new 1946 console radio. So what was a scene of terror last night has turned into a meeting of jolly fellowship tonight as we once again find Mel in the Colby home.
Try this one, Mr. Colby. It's a liquid cherry.
Oh, no, Mel. I know a caramel, and I see one.
It's a liquid cherry, Mr. Colby.
Don't tell me. I know it's a caramel. Here, I'll squeeze it.
Well, with a little whipped cream on your head, you'd look just like a sundae. You know, Mr. Colby, that's a wonderful radio you got there.
Yes, and I've waited 5 years for it. I can hardly wait for the repairman to come and hook it up.
Gosh, it's a beauty. 8 push buttons, and all you have to do is press it like... Mr. Colby, get your hands off my throat!
Well, you keep your hands off that radio.
Oh, but Mr. Colby, I'm the handiest man in this town. Even when I was a kid, they called me Kid Fix-It. I'll never forget when I was 10. There was a gas leak in my neighbor's house. Right away, they called me. So I went down the cellar looking for that gas leak with a candle, a box of matches, and a cigarette lighter.
I'll bet they threw you out of the house.
What house? But no kidding, I can really fix that radio.
Oh, hello, Mel.
Hi, Betty.
Daddy, are you getting angry again?
No, but your boyfriend had better stop his stupid bragging. He's just proving what I've always said. His head is full of hot air.
Father, that's not fair. Everyone in town is saying that his head is full of hot air. But believe me, there's nothing in it. Father, Mel is never going to get anywhere unless someone gives him a chance. And who else should give him a chance but those closest to him?
That's right, Mr. Colby, and after all, I'm going to marry your daughter.
You're going to marry my daughter? You ever thought about me?
Yes, but Betty's much prettier.
Oh. But Betty, Mel can't support you. You need the necessities of life. How will you get them?
We'll charge them.
All right, you'll charge them. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. And then what will you do?
We'll move to another neighborhood and start all over again. Doesn't everybody?
Why? I'd have to be an idiot to let you marry my daughter.
Thank you for your consent.
Oh, I've had enough of this. I'm going to...
Oh, look, Mr. Colby, I've taken all I can from you.
Oh, really? What are you going to do about it?
How would you like to step outside?
That suits me fine. Come on.
Okay. Well, Betty, now that we're alone, I think that I ought to...
Mel Blanc.
What'd you say, Mr. Colby?
Father, control yourself. You can't strike Mel. After all, he soon may be your own lodge brother.
Well, yes. I was supposed to run down to the meeting and see if they'd voted me in. Oh, I'm late already. All right, Betty, you stay here and watch Mel. Now, don't you let him touch that radio. The repairman ought to be here any minute.
Now, don't you worry about it. Goodbye, Father.
Oh, goodbye, Betty.
Aren't you going to say goodbye to Mel?
You know, there's one thing that worries me, Betty. With your father hating me so much, you're liable to begin to hate me, too.
Oh, no, darling. I'll always love you. Even though I don't know exactly why. After all, you're not handsome. You're not intelligent. You're not successful. You're not...
Please, Betty, this could go on all night. Well, let's forget about your father for a minute, darling. We're all alone now, and I have a much more important question to ask you.
Oh, Mel. Oh, this is so sudden.
Oh, Betty.
Yes, Mel?
Betty, I...
Go on, Mel. Ask me that question.
All right. Betty, can I fix your father's radio?
Mel, you stay away from that radio.
No, this is my big chance to show off to your father.
But, Mel, are you sure you know what you're doing?
Betty, how can I go wrong? Oh, here's the book of instructions. I'll start right from the beginning. It says, follow the instructions in this booklet very carefully, as this radio represents the result of 102 years of extensive electronic research and can be ruined in 5 minutes by a jerk like you. Betty, your father wrote in this book. Who needs this book anyway? Betty, bring me a hammer and a corkscrew.
Oh, just a minute. Oh, Mel, it's the repairman.
Oh, we don't need him. Send him away.
But...
The radio's all fixed. I'm sorry you had to come.
But...
Is everything all right, Mel?
Sure, Betty, we're all set.
But, Mel, there's a tube left over.
Well, let's not waste it. Screw it into the chandelier. Well, let's go. Turn the knob, Betty.
Nothing's happening.
Well, you got to give the set a chance to warm up. You see, the tubes are beginning to light up. See, it's getting nice and warm. Now the wires are beginning to light up. And now the set is beginning to light up.
Shall I call the mechanic?
Call the fire department.
Oh, don't be silly. I'll pull out the plug. Oh, gosh, you've ruined the radio.
Oh, Betty, this is the darkest moment of my life.
Well, it's the same for me, Mel.
Well, you're a little better off. I left my life insurance policy in your name.
Oh, Mel, here comes Father. Why don't you try to get away?
Oh, it's too late. Oh, wait a minute. Why should I die without a struggle? I got an idea. I'm a born actor.
What are you thinking of, Mel?
I'll get in back of the radio set and act. Whatever your father tunes in, I'll do.
Oh, Mel, that's ridiculous.
Oh, sure, I could do it. I'll hop in back of the set right now.
Oh, Father, I didn't expect you back so soon.
Well, I haven't finished voting at the lodge yet, so I came back. Where's Mel?
Well, he's in back of the, went back.
Oh, went back. That's good. Well, Betty, I just saw the mechanic's truck pull away from the house. Now I can listen to my radio.
Oh, but Daddy...
Step aside, Betty. It's time for my favorite program, the Movie Guild Playhouse. And tonight they have 2 big stars. I'll turn it on.
Oh, Shelley, I love you. I love you. I love you.
Oh, Pepe, do you really? Really, do you? Do you really?
Oh, Shelley, you know I do.
Really? I'm so glad you do. Really, I am. Really.
This is dreadful. I'm going to write to the Movie Guild Playhouse people.
Address all letters to 160 South Vista Street.
This is unbelievable. I got to get some music. Oh, yes, the Philharmonic is on.
The Philharmonic? Oh, but Daddy, he can't.
I'll just push the button here.
And now the house lights dim in Carnegie Hall. The spotlight picks up the conductor as he mounts the podium. And now the orchestra plays the overture from Tristan and Isolde.
Good heavens. I've never heard the Philharmonic play like that.
And now the Philharmonic continues with Beethoven's 5th Symphony.
Oh, well, maybe this will be a little better. This is impossible. I'll switch back to the Movie Guild.
Pepe, I do love you, really. I do, really.
And I do too. Do too.
Oh, it's getting worse all the time. I'll turn back to the Philharmonic. Oh, no! Oh, there's something wrong with this radio? Oh, maybe I'll have better luck on the short wave.
Ashlovich Matuka, Daronik, Kiboye, Jifinia, leading by 50,000 votes. Kopniak, Bianite, Lubia, 16, UCLA, Nyati. Anya Bruka, Ichia, Doma, Pania, Lukia, Eastern Columbia, Broadway at night.
I've never heard anything like this in my life. Something is wrong with this radio.
Father,
I'll just feel around in the back of the set. Now let me, Betty.
Yes, Father.
One of these tubes has hair on it. Hey, just a minute. I look behind the set. Mel Blanc, what have you got to say for yourself? Mel Blanc, I'm going to take you and break every bone in... it's Mr. Cushing. Oh, come in, sit down. I'll be through in just a minute.
Well, greetings, Mel. Agagabuak. Mr. Colby, why are you standing on Mel's head?
I'm not standing on his head. I'm jumping up and down.
Well, you'd better stop, because the lodge is deadlocked. 12 for you and 12 against you. And Mel has the deciding vote.
He has? He has? Oh, Mel, my son. Come on, get up off the floor. Are you, going to vote for me?
Well, get your foot out of my mouth first, Mr. Colby.
Mel, my boy, tell me, am I in the lodge?
Mr. Cushing, let me whisper my decision in your ear.
Well, am I in?
Mr. Colby, allow me to be the first to say, ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Mel, my boy!
Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, can lose you friends and alienate people. So ask yourself if you could have this social handicap. Best thing to do is to guard against it. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
And this is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and that's all, folks.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Studios from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen, with Fred's guest, Albert Spaulding, the eminent concert violinist, Portland Hoffa, Falstaff Openshaw, the Texaco Workshop Players, Hilo, Jack of the Dame, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. This is Jimmy Wallington reminding you that now, when your car is beginning another year of service, it's wise to start the care that can keep it running for years to come. Regular Texaco lubrication and a regular Texaco checkup stem to stern. The first rule in making your car last is seeing your Texaco dealer regularly. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we present our first program of the new year and bring you a man who, for 1944, has resolved to be with you Sundays, even if he can't be with you Mondays and always. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and a happy New Year as of yesterday to you, Jimmy.
Well, thank you very much, Fred.
Did you have a good time this New Year's Eve?
Well, we didn't do very much. About 30 of us went up to Lake Placid.
Lake Placid, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we were skiing the New Year in.
Well, anything that we tell after that joke will sound good, Jimmy. That's an ideal joke to start off with. Skiing the New Year in. I get it.
Tell me, Fred, what did you do New Year's Eve?
Well, I went over to a little club on 52nd Street, Jimmy, the Broken Door.
The Broken Door?
Second one on the right,
yeah.
It's just a small place. The ceiling is so low, when they serve frogs' legs, the frogs' legs are kneeling down.
If the place is so small, how can people dance in there?
Well, it's rather hard to dance, Jimmy. The other night, a woman doing a rumba backed into a wall and rubbed off 2 murals.
Well, what did you do to celebrate, Fred?
Well, to celebrate, we just stood around till midnight, Jimmy. As the clock struck 12, we drank a toast to the German Navy. Bottoms up.
Bottoms up. That's good.
Yes, Jimmy, all that's left of the German Navy is 2,000 men in sailor suits treading water. That's it. England has a new naval slogan now, you know.
You mean for Germany?
Oh, yes. The slogan is, from U-boats to few boats.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland. You could have come in a little sooner with the applause on that other joke. We'd have saved the wear and tear on the audience. Well, Portland, did you have a nice New Year?
Yes. Mama had 2 stools reserved at Lincoln's drugstore.
2 stools? You saw the New Year in at a soda fountain?
Yes. As the clock struck 12, Mama raised her milkshake and said, "Happy New Year."
A crappy New Year, eh? Say, what is that weird aroma that seems to be permeating the premises here?
Oh, it's my new Christmas perfume.
Oh, perfume. Evening in Yonkers, is it?
No, it's called Breath of Sinatra.
Breath of Sinatra. Well, I've heard him sing. I wondered what he had done with his breath.
They bottled it, and it's been selling like hotcakes.
It smells like hotcakes. Say, I met a girl, a Sinatra fan, the other day, who was carrying one of Sinatra's hangnails in her locket. But after that gag, Portland, I think we'd better run for Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, this past week, you may have seen in the papers, Mayor LaGuardia declared war on the loan sharks. To stop loan sharks from mulcting people with their high interest rates, the mayor wants the savings banks to enter the small loan business. And so our question is, how do you feel about this loan shark problem?
Shall we leave for the alley?
Well, why not? Well, here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland.
There's a light in the first house.
Say, there's a new name on the door, Senator Blow. Let's see what the senator looks like.
Yes?
Senator Bloat?
I'm Senator Bloat. You have to talk fast, though. I'm rehearsing a filibuster.
How do you feel about this small loan business?
Midgets have as much right to borrow money as anybody.
No, I mean loan shark.
A loan shark is like a polecat.
A polecat?
If either one gives you a cent, you'll pay through the nose. I thank you.
Well, so much for Senator Bloat. Say, there's a new name on this second house, Portland, Mrs. Prawn.
Well, what is it?
Well, tell me, Mrs. Prawn, how do you feel about loan sharks?
Don't talk about loan sharks to me. I'm married to one.
Well, isn't it embarrassing?
No. To the rest of the world, he's a loan shark. But he takes no interest in me.
Well, I'll take care of Mrs. Prawn. I'll try this next house here. Socrates Mulligan. Well, Socrates, what do you think about this loan shark business?
I once bought an iron deer on the installment plan.
An iron deer, huh?
Yeah. For 8 years, I had to borrow $10 a week from a loan shark. An old man.
An old loan shark, I see.
He charged me 6%.
6%?
Yeah. Then the loan shark died. I went to the funeral. I was the pallbearer.
You were a pallbearer?
Yeah, I figured if the loan shark could carry me 8 years, I could carry him 8 blocks.
A nice thought, nice in the spirit of levitation.
That's what I thought.
Well, who took over the business?
The loan shark's son.
Oh, fine.
The next time I went in, the son tried to charge me 9%.
9%? Well, didn't you protest?
Yeah, I said, wait a minute. For 8 years, I've been owing $10 a week, and your father charged me 6%.
Good for you.
I said, what will your father think when he looks down from heaven and sees you charging me 9?
What did the loan shark's son say?
He says, when my father looks down from heaven and sees this 9, to him it'll look like a 6.
That brings us to the last house in the alley.
Falstaff, beaming at his door, wishes all a happy 44.
Well, Falstaff, tell me that with the new year you have resolved to give up poetry.
Au contraire.
Really?
I have been composing as I have never composed before.
More new poems?
Indubitably. Mm-hmm. Have you heard, as I sat there reading Omar Khayyam, she opened my sandwich and took out the spam?
No.
Or, come out of that dumbwaiter, mother dear. I'll never let you down.
No.
Or, everyone said they saw Hitler's end when he lost his panzers in the Dnieper Bend.
Now Tonight we are talking about loan sharks.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
Except what?
Recipe for a loan shark.
Recipe for a loan shark. How does it go?
If you take the eye of a cobra and the heart of the tiniest flea, and you add the soul of a vulture and the nerve of the bumblebee, if you take the mind of the lowly worm and the character of a swine, the tolerance of a buzzard, the warmth of a wildcat's whine, then add the manners of a skunk, the principles of a rat, the goodwill peculiar to vermin, the sincerity of the bat. When my recipe is completed, you'll find with venom it's rife. For you've got yourself a loan shark, brother, the lowest form of life.
Falstaff has lost interest in the loan shark and vice versa. We turn to Al Goodman, who turns to Hilo, Jack, and the Dame. The kids turn to their music and sing for us, People Will Say We're in Love.
Don't throw bouquets at me. Don't please my folks too much. so bright at me. Well, see, it's all right with me to take your arm, hold your hand, have you say that it's grand. It's so hard to conceal the way that I feel about you. And people will say we're in
Jack in the day. People will say we're in love. It's from the hit show Oklahoma from the state of the same name. That was I've Got Sixpence, played by Al Goodman, and is there either too sharp or too flat orchestra? Mr. Goodman only had time to play tuppence of the sixpence, so he really...
Mr. Allen.
Yes, Portland?
There's a man with a violin case out in the hall.
A man with a... Well, so what?
Well, he says he's Mr. Albert Spaulding.
Albert Spaulding? I don't know any Albert Spaulding. Did I know him?
Well, he said something about an audition.
Oh, an audition. Well, I guess word has gotten around the Musicians Union that I'm getting a new band.
Whose band are you going to get?
Well, my own band. I play the banjo, don't forget. Why, around the Steinway building, they call me the civilian Eddie Peabody.
Are you going to be the leader?
The leader? Why not? What has Stokowski got that I won't have if I stop going to the barber shop for 2 years?
Well, what kind of a band are you going to have?
Well, a hillbilly ensemble, Portland. I'm calling it Lum Allen and his Barefoot Bobcat. Swing and sway with your teeth full of hay. You know, hillbilly bands are cleaning up today.
Really?
Oh, say, I read this week that Al Dexter, you know, the fellow who wrote Pistol Tagging Mama, is getting $3,500 a week for personal appearances with his hillbilly outfit. Now, for $3,500 a week, I can walk around the Capitol Theater with my shirt tail out and sing off-key, too.
You haven't any band.
I'll have a band. I have a booking agent over in New Jersey with a bear trap and a jug of corn liquor. Now, as soon as he catches a mess of hillbillies, he's bringing them over here. Hey, this may be Mr. Badu, the hillbilly agent now. Come here. Ah, Mr. Badu.
Okay, Alan, we're going to start auditioning right away.
Have you got enough hillbillies for my band?
No, not yet. You're going to need 3 washboards, 2 sweet potato players, a washtub bass, you on a banjo, and a hold-down fiddler.
Well, who have you got?
3 of the hillbillies got away coming through the Holland Tunnel.
Oh.
I managed to hold on to 2.
You held on. Well, who are they?
Well, I got the greatest washtub bass in the country. The whole country. Jughead Jones.
Jughead Jones?
Yeah. Zeke Manners and 2 defense plants was bidding for him. But I promised to get Jughead some old Esquire, so he's going with you.
Fine. Well, where is he?
Jughead! Hey, Jughead! Jughead, I want you to meet your new boss, Lum Allen.
Put it there, Jughead.
Well, you can shake that in as hard as you like.
What bands have you been with, Jughead?
I played first slump bucket for the Xavier Culpepper and his Meadow Maniac. I also played alto jug with Tinky Barnes and his Wahoo Serenaders.
Well, tell me, is this your instrument here, this washtub?
You bet your ever-loving Dee-Dee. It's a genuine hammocker slimmer.
A genuine hammocker slimmer, eh? Well, you know all of the standard calls and hoedowns.
Well, you try me.
Well, I'll try you with one of the calls. You swing me and I'll swing you.
And we'll dance the same old tune.
1 and a 2 and a do-si-do.
Stand back, group, because here we go.
Music. That's really music, Jughead. You're hired. Now, Mr. Badu, who is that other musician you have?
Oh, he's a washboard player. Come on in, Elton.
Come, Mr. Badu. I'm Citizen Al and ready to hoot.
This is Arkansas Elton, Alan.
I'm glad to know you, Elton. What bands have you been with?
I was with every major bowls unit from 1 to 20.
From 1 to 20, every major bowls unit. Say, that's a nice instrument you have there.
Yeah, I was formerly concert master with the Rinso White Philharmonic.
The concert master with the Philharmonic, the Rinso White. Are you ready to audition, Elton?
I'm ready to go. Let her rip.
Elton, you are the Oscar Levant of the washboard. I have never heard a tone like that. That melody.
Well, you're going to have the best hillbilly band in the country, Alan.
Well, so far I have a washed-up bass, a washed-up washboard tenor.
Next, you got to get a hold-down fiddler.
Now, where can we get a hold-down fiddler?
Say, some guy in the hall just braced me. He was carrying a fiddle case and a copy of Downbeat.
Yeah?
He said his name was Albert Spaulding.
Albert Spaulding? Say, I think Portland mentioned that name before.
Yeah, he gave me some line about being at Carnegie Hall.
With your all-time hit parade, is he with?
He didn't say. I should have asked him if he knew Mark Warno.
Yes, you should have. Well, tell me, can he play?
Oh, no. He's got a fiddle. Leave him audition. What could we lose?
All right, bring him in.
Folks, I want you to meet Mr. Albert Spaulding. This is the new hillbilly sensation, Lum Allen.
How you do, Lump?
No, not lump, Mr. Spaulding. It's lump.
I'm sorry, old man.
Mr. Badu says that you'd like to audition, Mr. Spaulding. You play the fiddle?
Yes, I'm a violinist.
Hey, Badu.
All right. So he don't look like a hillbilly. You can take his shoes off, stick a corn cob in his mouth, pull down from Spike Jones.
All right. Well, you have heard that I'm getting a band together, Mr. Spaulding.
Yes, I'm anxious to play for you.
You know all of the hoedown calls and musical terms.
You mean like allegro, pianissimo, pizzicato?
Hey, you know calls I never even heard of. Say, how do you play your fiddle?
In the orthodox manner. I draw the bow over the string.
I mean, do you play the fiddle behind your back and under your legs, you know?
No, I'm afraid I'm old-fashioned. I hold the instrument under my chin.
Under your chin. Well, I saw a fiddle player with Elmer Pincus and his Hayloft hoodlums. He played the fiddle with a glass of 7-Up balanced on his head. He did somersaults and played Annie Laurie. You don't do any of that, huh?
No, I'm not versatile. I just stand still and scrape away.
Just stand still. Well, that's too bad. You see, this band I'm getting together, Lum Allen and his Barefoot Bobcat, it's going to be the last word. I have got to have top men.
Perhaps you heard me play something that would give you an idea.
All right. Have you got something low down?
How about Rimsky-Korsakov's Hymn to the Sun?
Hymn to the Sun. Well, I tell you, you play it with the sun setting, it'll be low down. Take it away, Mr. Spaulding. you'd say, Mr. Spaulding?
How was that, I said?
Mr. Spaulding, I don't want to discourage you, but, frankly, have you ever played in public before?
Yes, I'd say I have.
I mean indoors.
Yes. Yes, I've been playing the violin for 30 years or more.
Well, it goes to show. You see, Jughead has only been playing his wash tub 5 years. Elton's been playing his washboard 2 years. You've been playing 30 years, and you're still playing it under your chin. Where have you been playing?
Well, I've been on the concert stage for the past 20 years. I've toured the world. I've played at Carnegie Hall 30 times.
Carnegie Hall. Let me ask you one question, Mr. Spaulding.
Yes?
Have you ever played on the National Barn Dance?
No.
Oh, that's too bad. If you only had a name like the Hoosier Hotshot, the Rubinov,
a hillbilly band has got that name?
Oh, big names. How would my band look on the marquee at Elkhart, Indiana? Jughead Jones on the wash tub bass, Arkansas Elton on the washboard, and Mr. Albert Spaulding.
You can call me Alabama Al.
Alabama Al?
I'll play a wash ringer.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Spaulding.
You can make a fortune doing laundry on the side.
Well, Mr. Spaulding, why do you want to give up your concerts in Carnegie Hall?
Well, I read about that hillbilly who wrote Pistol-Packing Mama getting $3,500 a week.
I see.
Fred, you've got to make me a hillbilly.
Well, if you think you can learn those barn dance calls...
I'm sure I can. Try me.
All right. Wave the ocean, wave the sea.
Wave that pretty girl back to me.
Swing 'em round and round we go.
1 and 2 and a do-si-do.
Hey, that's great, Mr. Spaulding. Let me tell you, Mr. Spaulding, your lean days are over. You are hired.
Even with the violin under my chin?
What violin? With a voice like you have, you're going to be the vocalist with my hillbilly band.
Right, I start on a new career.
You will be the barnyard Melchior. You are going to complete my band. And now for our first public appearance, ladies and gentlemen, presenting the world premiere of Lum Allen and his Barefoot Bobcat, featuring the singing voice of Choo-Choo Spaulding. Let her rip, Professor. The Texaco Star Theater, I want to thank Albert Spaulding for his visit tonight. Next week, our guest will be Ed Gardner, the famous Archie at Duffy's. Incidentally, I'm going over to see Archie on his program Tuesday, and I'm getting my English spoken so Archie will know what I'm talking about. Now, would you like to add anything, Jimmy?
We'd all like to add something, Fred. Additional miles to our cars. And most of us can, for the average car is still good for many, many more thousands of miles if it's given the care and lubrication that make cars last. That's a regular care and skilled lubrication by your neighborhood Texaco dealer.
Thank you, Jimmy. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, inviting you to tune in again next Sunday night and to drive in at any time. Remember, you're welcome. Thank you. Good night.